about what you've accumulated. It's about what you can spend. Inflation can impact purchasing power and create challenges for retirees living on fixed incomes. At Advanced Wealth and Retirement Planning Concepts, we help individuals evaluate retirement income strategies and explore options that may help support their financial goals. Call today for your complimentary retirement income review.
Retirement doesn't come with a do-over. Whether retirement is around the corner or already here, now is a great time to review your plan. Schedule your complimentary retirement strategy session today by calling 832-402-8367. Investment advisory strategies offered through TLG Advisors Inc., an SEC-registered investment advisor. No tax or legal advisement is given.
We're a winner.
And now, a message from the Future Frequency.
Young voters, Gen Z and millennials, our world is moving fast, and the issues hitting your pockets and your peace, they're all on the ballot. Rent, safety, jobs, student debt, and yes, home ownership. Whether you're aiming for your first keys or keeping your roof steady, voting is where those issues get decided. So click off the mute button and let your voice be heard. Tap in, lock in, and make a plan to vote. The future is live right now, and you're the frequency.
This message is powered by Diversity of Thought and proudly sponsored by 1230 KCOH The Source.
Oh, it certainly is. A good morning to you. It's Friday. It's Friday, and I'm out here in a flyway. That's me. Yes, indeed. They're Candy Clean. I got Candy Clean on the other line. I got the very special Lydia Flanagan with Diversity of Thought, and then I got Steve's in here. I got Steven in here operating things, running things.
Oh,
so
Davey.
we're good. Hey there. How are you this morning, Miss Diversity of Thought? Hello, Dot. How you
Hey.
doing?
Dot, that's it. I had a coworker named Dot at one point, Dorothy.
Dorothy,
That's
yeah.
what they
I
call
know.
her Dot.
Yeah.
But yeah,
look
Diversity
at you.
of Thought. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Paris. Good
Yeah.
morning, Stephen.
Yes.
Good
yes.
morning, everyone else out there.
Yeah.
Happy to, be here. It's a beautiful day, and there's a lot going on. Today is National Cousins Day.
Well, cuz it was just on West Coast is Cud Day. Cud Day. Yeah, cuz.
Yeah, it's Cuz Day. So everyone out there, biological cousins or not, we're
Yeah.
all related. But
Yeah.
to tell somebody, hey, reach out to them, someone you haven't spoken to in a while. And a lot of those cousins out here there you probably haven't spoken to in a while either, or maybe one or two of them.
Yeah.
So reach out, do a wellness check.
Yeah,
Do
look
a
out.
wellness check.
Look out, and then today you get a chance to speak. Now, see, they say it different ways in different parts of the country. On the West Coast, they say cud, and then down in the South back in the day, it used to be couldn't. I had a friend. I used to couldn't Brenda. and I'm looking at your picture
how
now.
do you say
Couldn't
cousin
Lydia.
in,
So
how do you say cousin in Spanish, Lonnie?
Primo.
Primo.
Primo. Okay. All right.
Primo.
Yeah.
Yes, my husband's over here too. So yeah.
Oh, is Lonnie there? Hello, cousin Lonnie.
Here says hello, Lonnie. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
He is
Yeah.
going on his way into the office. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
All right. Hope
We
you'll have a great
we
day.
are ready to get this day on and popping. A great show, Steven, on Wednesday.
Yeah, Steven's just bouncing out. He's just
He bounced out. Well,
he
it
was
was a great show.
Yeah.
If you guys aren't tuning in on Wednesdays at 7:00, you should.
Yeah.
There's a lot of conversation going on. You have college professors on the line that are talking history and current events and guests, activists. I mean, there's a lot going on Wednesday night.
Yeah.
He is filling in that spot. He's talking about a lot of good things, and great talk.
Yeah.
Great talk.
Now
on Wednesday.
up on YouTube, I gotta say we have we have you'll get the opportunity to see Lydia Flanagan. You go to 1230 YouTube. You go to the Source on YouTube. 1230 the Source, and you check in with YouTube, and she's right there talking. You get the opportunity.
Yeah,
to see her.
that picture, that's not an AI picture.
No, it's not an AI picture. This is the really yo dealio.
That's the really yo dealio. Makeup, hair, Kim H, camera ready. I'll give a plug out there.
Yeah.
Kim H, camera ready. Yeah. But everything else is me, everybody. So happy to be here this morning with Diversity of Thought. We got a guest coming on at 10, Dr. Christina Tobin with the Houston City College, and will be. She is the Associate Vice Chancellor for Work-Based Learning, Industry Partnerships, and Innovation. So she'll be on to talk about that program that she's running over there, and some money, big contribution that they received, and so we'll chop it up and give you guys the opportunity to get those around the that are listening to, and those that may not be listening, get those to tune in and listen, because we'll be talking about jobs, we'll be talking about career, those that are transitioning in careers, those that may have been laid off, those that were formerly incarcerated. I heard the show yesterday, how those individuals can connect in order to be able to earn jobs that will pay them a living wage, and be able to take advantage of that, and further their families and their lives. So Paris,
yes,
I mean, there is so much going on, but you sometimes I think we got a little mental connection going on there. Because with I heard you mention the Saudi U.S. Nuclear deal. When I initially heard that talk way earlier in the week, I was like, oh my gosh, how is that happening? What in the world is going on? So for those of you, and I don't know, Paris, if you got into it at all, but I have some update on it. The United States and Saudi Arabia have signed a major civilian nuclear cooperation agreement, a Section 123 agreement that opens the door for U.S. companies to help Saudi Arabia build nuclear reactors and develop a long-term nuclear energy program. It's a 30-year pact giving Lydia access to American nuclear technology, expertise, and equipment. The Trump administration says the deal does not include uranium enrichment right now, but earlier reporting suggests enrichment could be considered later. That matters because the UAE's 2009 deal explicitly banned enrichment, and this one doesn't. So there are safeguards, but not the IAEA's additional protocol, which would allow SNAP inspections at undeclared sites. That omission is one reason non-proliferation experts are raising concerns. And here's why the hypocrisy question comes in. For years, U.S. policy towards Iran demanded strict limits, intrusive inspections, and tight control over their enrichment, right? Critics say it's hard to justify giving Saudi Arabia, and I say that too, a looser framework while holding Iran to a much tougher standard. Supporters counter that Saudi Arabia is a longstanding U.S. Partner. But the tension is real. There's also a strategic risk. If Saudi Arabia ever partners with a U.S. adversary, whether Russia, China, or another nuclear-capable nation, that same technology could shift outside U.S. Influence. And that's exactly why some lawmakers are uneasy about transferring those sensitive nuclear capabilities without the strongest possible safeguards. Politically, Trump has tied the deal to Saudi Arabia joining the Abraham Accords and normalizing relations with Israel. And Congress still has to review the agreement, which could be a challenge given the bipartisan concerns. For Saudi Arabia, this is about energy diversification and Vision 2030. For the U.S., it's about partnership influence and regional stability. In short, though, it's historic, but a controversial deal, one that raises questions about consistency, nuclear risk, and what happens if Saudi Arabia's alliances shift in the future. So the initial thought that came into my head was, first, okay, Iran, they did all of this. Saudi Arabia, we're up and down. We have concerns with them. I know that the relationship has shifted from president to president. I know the Saudi Arabia's, I can't think of what the prime, it's not the prime minister.
MSG?
Yeah, MSG. And his relationship with Biden, which was non-existent because of the reporters that came up missing, and the different things that were going on at that time. But now he's got this relationship with Trump. Who's to say what will happen in the future? So although they're saying that they've been a partner, I don't know. I mean, yeah, but not like Canada or someone in that range. I would not call Saudi Arabia, but I'm not a foreign policy specialist, so I'd like to hear what you guys think about that. Are you uneasy about this agreement? And are you good? But, I don't know if the safeguards with the Abraham controls really gets us there insofar as totally, trusting them. It does, I guess, help to bring down the tension in the Middle East. But I mean, there's a war there now, and Iran's attacking attacking folks there now in Oman and these other places. So I don't know, Paris. What do you think? I think this is kind of a dicey deal.
Yeah, our representatives are concerned about this as well, and rightfully so, because this is a civil agreement that they have, and it gives American companies priority access to nuclear reactors and fuels to Saudi Arabia, and it's supposed to last for decades. But one of the things that has been bothersome in this agreement is the enrichment part of the deal, and now there are representatives demanding that Saudi Arabia is balking at signing the Abraham Accords, is my understanding, unless the enrichment is a part of that. And of course, and of course, we know in that part of the country, we see these kinds of materials proliferate, and the whole idea of the original nuclear weapon deal years ago, when we first started on this, back during the era of Ronald Reagan, was the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and it was slowly to eliminate this quest. We were paying companies not to engage in the acquisition of nuclear armaments, and slowly one country got it, and then another got it, and then North Korea got it, and some other actors. You couldn't keep them out of the nuclear energy quest, and so we began to let people in, and they began to get enrich it, upgrade it to a premium grade fuel for nuclear purposes, for munitions purposes. That's what part of the Iran thing, getting out of the Iran agreement, was about for Donald Trump. Right. But
I remember back when Obama was in office, and they had the inspectors going in. I just remember hearing that nonstop.
Mm-hmm.
The inspectors were constantly going in to check things, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And
they
so
were.
I think that's where the this IAEA, that's
Yeah.
an International Atomic Energy Agency.
Right? Yes.
And
yeah.
so they have these additional protocols
Mm-hmm.
that allowed the SNAP inspections at undeclared sites. So that's the same thing that was happening with during the Obama administration, right?
Yeah.
That we would hear about all the time. And so that omission is one of the reasons why the non-proliferation. Oh gosh, Paris. Non-proliferation experts are raising concerns. I got to say that slow. Because they're not involved.
Yeah.
And then for those of you that aren't necessarily, might not be aware of what the Abraham Accords specifically are, they're agreements that normalize diplomatic relations between Israel and several Arab states. In practical terms, they open the door for things like direct flights, economic partnerships, security cooperation, and formal diplomatic ties. The goal is to reduce regional tensions and expand political and economic cooperation between Israel and the other Arab participating countries.
Mm-hmm.
So for those of you, you hear Abraham Accords, and I don't know, for me, it just to have a brief explanation of what that means and what that is, it really helps.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Yeah. So this is concerning. I mean, it has to go through Congress. Congress has to pass this. Is what I understand, Paris.
Yes.
Paris. So we will see. I don't understand why this is something that he felt he needed to do at this particular point in time.
What,
which flooding the zone again?
Oh, no, I think he's wanting to, always flooding the zone with this guy, but he's got business interests over there as well, and he's doing great business with Saudi Arabia. He's got, he's doing great business with them. However, did you hear that he had to go online yesterday to post the fact that the deal will be approved because, and you mentioned this part earlier, the Congress is pushing back because the Saudi Arabia is resisting signing those accords because it normalizes, and it's important because it normalizes relationships with Israel, So
right.
Yeah. So
he can't. I don't believe he can write an executive order for this. This is something that has to go through Congress. So I mean, he's saying that he understands that there's an issue with it.
Yeah, the energy deal is contingent upon the deal with Saudi Arabia is contingent upon Saudi Arabia agreeing to sign the normalization agreement.
Right.
And so far, unexpectedly, apparently to Donald Trump, they are balking at signing this deal unless they can get the energy deal, with the uranium attached to it. It is.
Isn't this par for the course?
Yeah.
You didn't plan this out. You didn't do your BATNA again.
Yeah.
Your long-term strategy, like the closing of Strait of Hormuz closing before you went to war with Iran. It's the same thing here, and they're probably I'm sure having conversations, or he is having conversations with Saudi Arabia, and giving them the impression that things like this, he will be able to do them. Like you say, there's a lot of money and a lot of different deals. I did half of a show on that, right, where he is garnering funds for himself out there with a lot of these countries because of these deals that I'm sure he's having conversations about that he's going to do, and then policy is going to follow, and but he doesn't have control of Congress. Thank goodness. Part of them anyway.
Yeah.
And on certain things, the majority of them, and thank goodness this is one of them, because I mean I just don't know whether Saudi Arabia is someone that I would trust with.
And that's it. Plenty of people don't in the United States Congress. Even the GOP is uneasy about this. The political opposition leaders and the former officials and analysts have expressed concerns about this deal.
Yeah.
They
absolutely.
really have.
So if any of you out there have any thoughts about this, 713-668-1230,
They apparently
and wanted to before the guest come in or comes in, and we have a little block of time where we're interviewing her. Give me a call. I know, Paris, I did post the interview that I had with Tallarico last week. Out there and shared with folks, and also there is. So let's get into this because July McShay, friend of Diversity of Thought and the station, we had her on last week with on the show with me, and she wrote an article. She ran a piece in the Forward Times, and I did share that as well, but she attended the event at Windsor Village last Sunday, and she provided her thoughts, and so just wanted to give you a synopsis of that. Looking at Representative James Tallarico's stepped-up visit to Houston's African-American community. She highlights in the piece that he's been showing up in churches, neighborhood meetings, and community spaces, the places where Black voters gather and where trust is earned and not assumed. And let's be clear, nowhere in McShay's article does she tell people not to vote. And it's not implied. Okay? The piece isn't about withholding political power. It's about accountability. It's about raising the standard for how we evaluate all politicians moving forward. I mean, we should have had this energy, period. But now we do. Their consistency, their follow through, and whether their presence matches their policy. But she also points to something else. Accountability isn't just for elected officials, and I made this point as well. It's for us too, right? Because voter turnout is a part of the equation. If we want better representation, stronger policy, and deeper engagement, our participation has to be steady and not seasonal. Showing up at the polls is part of how communities keep their leverage. So her reporting really captures the full picture. Hold politicians accountable, hold ourselves accountable for staying engaged. And that's how I feel that we're going to build real power. And that's how we make sure these visits turn into long-term commitment, not just campaign season visibility, right?
Sure.
And so I wanted to revisit Tallarico's his stint as Texas State Representative. I went through this exercise before during the primaries when I put Jasmine Crockett's resume side by side with his. We're past that. Now we're looking at his background, right? Because he is the person who won that primary. and is the Democratic representative in this November election. So his bridge to Tallarico's real work in the Texas House. And I know a lot of people may have assumed that I don't have any problem with Tallarico being a black woman. See, that's been getting assigned, to the extent even when that woman at the event was, and I'm going to use the word passionate, potato. Everybody has their own, and I've seen the clip of her actually asking the question, and do have context around that. But so not adverse to him. I believe that he's the nominee, and the goal is to turn Texas blue, one. And the goal is to also make sure that the Democrats take over the Senate. So I want to go on record with that. But I've also said that it's really important for our needs in the community to be met, and not to play politics with that. We need to leverage our needs and make sure that people are speaking to that, not playing respectability politics, to get up there and ask for what you want and make sure that person, you're looking them in the eye and they're looking back at you. You've got them on record, and you can go back and revisit what they said and make your determination on whether or not they're the person. And with that, though, I'm an advocate of looking at facts. So, okay, this is where the conversation shifts, okay, because accountability isn't just about showing up in our neighborhood. It's also about the work a politician has actually done. And to be fair, when you look at James Tallarico's 8 years in the Texas House, he's built a reputation for being clean, consistent, and free of corruption. That part's on record, okay? And that's what I want to lay out now. So as we evaluate the recent visits, and yes, the campaigning that really only kicked into gear over the last, and I'll give him 4 months, okay? We also have to look at, in the remaining 4 months that we have left, he's probably, I've seen him in the past, maybe 3 to 4 months, and then we got 4 months left to go to election. We also have to look at the legislation he's already put on the board, because that's the part you can actually measure, okay? So what we know to date, his record, multiple laws with real public impact footprints, maternal health, sickle cell tracking, digital safety, family stability, and housing standards. Javier Ambler's law, banning police partnerships with reality shows after Ambler's tragic death, a bill with direct implications for Black safety and accountability, education, public health, and community protection bills, areas that disproportionately affect Black Texans. No corruption scandals, no ethics clouds, no misuse of office allegations, a rare thing in Texas politics, and definitely the opposite of his Republican opponent. A public $25 million commitment to the African-American community, a promise that, as July McShay's reporting reminds us, will need to be watched, measured, and verified over time. So, yes, the outreach is late, and yes, the $25 million commitment is still something the community will need to see materialize. But the hopeful part, the part worth paying attention to, is that he does have legislation behind him. He has a record that can be examined, questioned, and held up against his platform and his promises, okay? This is where accountability meets possibility, okay? And this is where voters get to decide whether the work he's already done lines up with the work he says he wants to do next. Okay? And now the conversation shifts again to his promises. Okay? Because accountability just isn't about watching politicians. It's also about watching ourselves when it comes to turnout. And if we want leverage, we have to use it. So what he's promising now, support for the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, a major federal protection for voting access, something many black voters have asked their representatives to champion. Affordability, lowering everyday costs for working families, housing, health care, basic expenses that hit our households the hardest, criminal justice reform, policing standards, fairness in sentencing and community safety, immigration reform, humane treatment and clear pathways, important in a state with diverse black and immigrant communities, a $25 million investment in the African American community. Bold on paper, but something the community will need to see in real dollars, real programs, and real outcomes. Okay, so yes, the campaigning over the last 4 months has been late, but you know we have these tangible items that we can look at, and we need to be pragmatic about what these things are. But there are things that we have to measure, and so if you go out to the internet, you know, all of these House bills are there. House Bill 54, that Javier Ambler's law, he proposed maternal health equity. That's proposed, and I spoke with him about that on the interview. Here in the state versus federally, there's a Momnibus Act for maternal health as well, and so if there is slowdown or not passing on the federal level, you know, he can work towards passing that on the state level. Prenatal bereavement care, you know, House Bill 37, that expands support for families experiencing pregnancy loss, addressing disparities Black women face in maternal outcomes. The Sickle Cell Disease Registry, House Bill 107, digital safety for women and girls, House Bill 3133. You know, these have passed. Establishes reporting mechanism for explicit deep fake content, a form of digital harm that disproportionately targets Black women. Social discipline and school discipline and digital equity. House Bill 1481 regulates student phone use in schools, intersecting with concerns about discipline disparities affecting Black students. Housing and development, he supported bills 2835 and Senate Bill 840. Those have passed. Impacts housing standards and mixed-use development affecting Black renters and families in urban areas. Let's see, workforce access, House Bill 1105, expands tuition and free lab exemptions for paramedics, supporting many Black frontline workers. And then House Bill 43, support for rural Black communities, updates agricultural financing programs that can benefit Black farmers and rural families. So, you know, there's a lot there. There's a lot of meat on the bone. There's a lot of conversations that we still need to have, and I think that we move forward. I think that there's two sides, and I kind of compared this to good cop, bad cop. You have people on one side that say, okay, you know, what are we talking about? The opponent is Paxton. And then you have people on the other side saying, I get all of that, but I want these individuals that are trying to represent us to not take our vote for granted. I want to use this opportunity to be able to put their feet to the fire. And I believe that's fine. And both sides need to be respected, because if you don't have both points of view, then if we're all thinking the same thing, then nobody's thinking. You need different points of view in order to get the strategy. And like it's like good cop, bad cop. You have these people that are great and wonderful on one end, and then you have the other people, but we're all working towards the same goal, to turn Texas blue and to have our communities literally benefit from what these politicians are saying that they want to do. They come to our communities and say, but once they get in, a lot of times we don't see that same energy. So two different approaches, but both working towards the same end. And so I want to give respect to everyone out there with what they're doing and how they're doing it. So that part, I wanted to address that because of a lot of the, we've seen this article, we've seen the interviews, we've seen the town halls, we've had people call in to talk about, different meetings that they may have been a part of, that included different individuals, but that's the other side of this too. I want things to be out in the open, everything. All of the meetings that are held in rooms and places and spaces where everybody's not accounted for. I don't know. I got a challenge with that. I think that these people are representing all of us, and so having these specialized groups have an ear, and that's not that those conversations aren't communicated with the public at large, writ large. That's a problem. That's a challenge for me. So, but at any rate, I think that we're all working towards the same end, different approaches. And I had someone that came on, and her take was interesting. She said, "What about the fact that that Tallarico, that campaign, that they don't need black voters in order to win?" And I was like, okay, well, let me think about this for a minute. I'm hoping that this is a real person and not a bot. But okay. So there was an article in Politico that really kind of sussed this out. And said that people often ask why black voters matter so much in Texas elections, when black Texans make up only about 13% of the population. I think some other individuals that have called in kind of alluded to some of this. The answer is turnout and consistency. Historically, black voters have been the most reliable and loyal part of the Democratic coalition in Texas, especially in major counties like Harris, Dallas, Travis County, and Bexar. And that's why Politico points out that no Democrat has won statewide without strong black support. It's not about population size, it's about vote share. So Texas Hispanics make up the largest demographic group, but their turnout varies widely, and their vote splits are more mixed. White voters, who make up roughly 39% of the population, lean heavily Republican in statewide races. So Democrats depend on every piece of their coalition, and black voters often provide the margin that keeps urban counties blue and statewide races competitive. Black Texans also tend to vote at higher and more consistent rates in in Democratic primaries and general elections, which means their influence is larger than their raw population percentage. In many statewide contests, Black voters make up 20 to 25% of the Democratic vote share, a structural reality that shapes every Democratic strategy in Texas. So when analysts say candidates need Black voters, they're not talking about numbers on paper. They're talking about turnout, loyalty, and the historical backbone of the Democratic base in Texas. So if you want to discuss that, we can. But Paris, I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
I'm gonna
Okay.
I'm gonna do this because the phones are going phones are going bananas here.
Oh.
Yeah, phones are going bananas here.
Okay, awesome.
So how about we get some of your callers in
Let's
see what they say.
let's do that.
Okay,
Let's do that.
okay.
Let's see
All
what
right.
they have to
All
say.
right.
Thank you.
All right. Let's start over here. Hello, caller. You're on with Lydia. Diversity of
morning.
thought. Good morning. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, caller. You're on with Lydia Flanagan. Diversity of thought. Caller.
Okay.
All right then. Well, we'll just have to come back. Caller doesn't seem to be ready.
Okay.
Hello.
Call back in.
Hello, caller. You're on.
Yeah, this is Barry. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
we can hear you.
Lydia, yeah, good, Miss Lydia. Question here. Two questions here. One about James Tallarico and the bills you were reading off. The Democrats are not in control of the legislature. They cannot bring forth bills. Now, with these bills, is this sleight of hand here? Would James Tallarico sponsor these bills, or he just signed off on bills that were going to pass anyway?
No, he wrote some of these bills. The Javier Ambler's law, he wrote that. There were others that he participated. So there's no sleight of hand. He can write bills, and he has written bills during his 8 years.
Okay, but the bills
in office.
can only get to the floor through the Republican speaker approval. So my question is that when you say he wrote some, that could have been half and half. Then he could have wrote some and could have signed off on some, but you didn't mention that at the very beginning.
Okay, well, I did mention that that there were a couple in there that he sponsored, but supported bills, the housing and development. He supported that bill, but the other ones he wrote and that they passed. And I understand that in order for a bill to become a law, Republicans and Democrats are both voting for them. And so I understand that, Barry. And but the point of the conversation was to list those laws that are in place that he was a part of that affect the African American community.
And give him full credit for it. Is that right?
I'm giving him credit for it as he's running for senator, and his past record is what something tangible that we have, that's factual, that's tangible, that we can add to determine whether or not we want to vote for him. So that was the whole point of my conversation.
Okay, fair enough. But let's look at the flip-flops of James Tallarico. He said there were 6 genders. Now he said there were only 2. He did not say the southern border was to be a welcome mat. Now he wants to defend borders.
Yeah.
He said that he wanted boys and girls sports. Now he's backtracking on that. So he's backtracking on a lot of things that he had came out in favor of once he is called on the record. Saying that God is transgender, well, that gets into religion. That's a whole different matter. But I don't believe that Mr. Tallarico is sincere on his views of things unless he's called out on it. Now, I don't see anything that he's done, when you say for the Black community, that would benefit Black folks, because the situation here is that the Republican Party is in total control of the legislature, and all the bills come out of there has to go through Republican Party cycle first. Now, I think that I think that Mr. Tallarico does need to come clean on where he stands on these issues and stop flip-flopping back and forth. I think the challenge here then, and I think that we need to get both sides. The challenge then for the vote is this: can you come up with positive things to vote for Tallarico, and not just I hate Trump, I hate Pakistan agenda? But saying who you hate is not really thinking. A thinking voter would say so. A voter would say, okay, I'm going to vote this candidate because this is what he's done. This is what he says he's going to do. This is what I think he's going to do. Not just because the other side is bad. Because I don't believe in this. Yeah, but no,
that's what we're doing by listing out. That's what we're doing, sir, by listing out these Senate bills that he's either written himself or supported. You can't. The things that you have stated are talking points and different things that he may have said that could have been taken out of context. I don't know, but I don't believe that. I don't believe that those things that you're talking about. I think that that's just noise. And we need to look at what the person has actually done. I think that you have to look at what the person has actually done to determine what they're going to do in the future. So making an assumption about a soundbite from a soundbite that someone made
how you bend over backwards. Amazing how you bend over backwards to support him, but you don't give Trump any kind of credit.
I'm not bending over, and anyone that listens to this show will tell you I have been very not critical of him, but I believe that we need to use this leverage that we have with our vote in order to ensure that the things that he is promising, $25 million. I don't remember hearing Ken Paxton promising any money towards the Black community, saying it verbally or otherwise, or speaking to the Black community at all. So you haven't heard it yet. To talk about James Tallarico, and that's not the point of this show and what I'm doing. And I get you have your own point of view, but the point of what I'm doing with this show, with Diversity of Thought today, is to put forth the facts for people, give the different points of view, one side or the other, from a Democratic perspective. But thank you for bringing the Republican
perspective. And last thing I want to say is that when you said that we are after the same goal to turn Texas blue, no, we're not. I want Texas to turn red. I want a tidal wave of red.
Oh, okay.
So could you qualify that when you say we?
Gotcha.
Some of
Understood, Mr. Barry. Terrence?
Yeah, caller.
Oh no, what happened?
Caller moved on. Yeah, I don't know. He
just popped off. Hey, we didn't, Mr. Barry. We didn't do that.
Yeah.
But I did say we. And let me rephrase that. People who are voting Democrat, because when I'm putting this together, it's not partisan. I'm not saying anything negative about the Republicans. I'm just stating the fact. Ken Paxton hasn't been in the Black community speaking to them and giving rallies or town halls, or not rallies, but town halls, and he has not promised any money. So those are two facts. So I'm not saying anything negative. I'm trying to address this perspective of within the Democratic Party that has been going back and forth with this senatorial race. So next caller.
All right, next caller. Caller, good morning. How are you?
I'm well. Good morning to both of you. Bliss, good morning. I'll be
good
brief.
Morning.
Good morning, Lady Flanagan. I'll be brief. Paris, before I get to Lady Flanagan, look, you're very knowledgeable. You're well informed. Come November, I'm going to hold you accountable. I like that word, accountable. Yeah, even talk show hosts should be held accountable. And you know I love you, Paris. I'm playing with you. We can say anything on this show. I love it. And Ron Jackson tomorrow, be listening. How about that for a promo? I will call in and see if he believes enough to put his money where his mouth is. Okay, now to Lady Flanagan. It's off the topic, but I guarantee you'll like it. Write this down, Paris, or listen, Lady Flanagan. Hanina Simmons, Janina Simmons, Simmons. She has a book out, Play For, and tell me if I'm not enunciated right. But she has stage 4 cancer. She's an ultra marathoner. She's an Army Ranger, and she's a young Black woman. Book she's promoting. She's on Facebook. worth your time. Have a great day, Lydia.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you, Mike, for calling.
All right. Thank you so much, Texas Mike. We will look into that, though. A caller, you're on. You're on with Lydia Flanagan.
Good morning, Miss Flanagan. Good morning, Paris Eley. How you guys doing today?
Oh, sounds like Sherman
Hey,
Smith to me.
doing
We're
well.
blessed.
Hey,
What's going on?
This somebody else. This somebody else. This not me.
I hear you.
Just wanted to come and say, I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Just wanted to hear my voice on diversity of thought since it's been a minute. Just wanted to say, first of all, Lydia, thank you for bringing out what you did. I know you got some condescending voices, and that's okay. You know, people need to understand why KCOH exists, and this is one of the main reasons people look at it and say, okay, that's why KCOH is here, because we can listen to condescending and approval voices and accept that. You know, and I appreciate you doing that. Yeah. As far as
Thank you.
the conversation itself, no problem, Lydia. I thank you. The conversation itself, James Tallarico has done more for people, and I'm not going to say black people, than what Ken Paxton has done. And I can be negative as I want to be about Ken Paxton because Ken Paxton has been negative. Nobody comes out and says what Ken Paxton has done, and you brought it out. He's not showing up in the black community. He believes he can win without the black vote. Absolutely. Now, he might show up now just because people are saying that, but he's not doing it because he feels he needs to show that he's for all the people. He's for the rich people. He's for his people, and we know this.
Yes. Okay. Well, yeah, thanks a lot, Sharon, for calling in and discussing this. Yeah, all of the back and forth, one side, the other, within the Democratic Party, I just felt like we all need to respect each other's points of view and understand that the conversations are going to get us all where we want to be, which is benefit our communities, to invest in our communities, to have safer communities. All of these things are working for the good, right? Both sides. So
for everybody,
I think
and not just some people, for everybody.
Yes. And in the end, yes, a rising tide lifts all boats. So in the end, yes, it's going to benefit everybody. But I appreciate you. We want to hear your voice and your take on diversity of thought. So when you can, call in, okay? I know you're working, man, but call in.
I'm on the Beltway right now, trying to get to some place that I don't even know. I'm going to a homegoing service, and it's that time, guys. We have to understand that you're not promised tomorrow. So do what you can today to make the day good. In the words of Paris Eley, you got to make the day happen for you. You got to be out there smiling because it's inside you. Thanks, guys. I appreciate your time. I'm gonna keep listening.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, you got the phones lit today, and I know we're on our way to our 10 o'clock call, so I'm advising you callers now on that. Yes, sir.
Paris.
God, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you.
Man, you need to come up four clicks on your volume in the background.
I'm hearing that. I'm hearing that.
Okay.
Thanks, Bobby Ray.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Bye.
They were doing some work over here yesterday, Lydia, on the volume over here, and the engineer came over, and so apparently there's still some work that's going on, and we were able to handle one part of it this morning when I got in, but the other thing over there is beyond my purview. But look,
okay. Well, that's wonderful.
Look,
yeah,
I thought you did a great job in summation of the stand on Tallarico, and Tallarico's not running against Donald Trump; he's running against Paxton, and it's fair that we lay out the record. The records are what they are, and they're two different records, and people can go back and see the records of each one and determine where their interests lay. Right? We do have time to get in another caller if you'd like. Before
let's do one more.
One more.
Yeah.
Hello, caller. You're on. Hello, caller.
Yes, sir. Thanks for taking my call.
You're on with
Good morning.
Lydia.
Oh, I'm on?
You're on Diversity of Thought this morning.
Diversity of thought. Good morning, caller.
I have a question. What's your take on image, character, and integrity? How do you feel about those?
Say that again. I heard
Image,
integrity.
Image, integrity,
image.
and character.
Uh-huh.
How do you feel about those?
Image, character,
I
and
think
integrity.
Character,
Right.
and integrity. I think
What's
all
your
of
take on
those. I think all of those are important. I think that they're all important. I think that for some strange reason, well, I won't say for some strange reason, we've seen our society degrading in certain aspects because of leadership, and I think it's really important, especially in leadership, for those things to be prominent. Especially with our leaders, with all of us really, but with our leaders. And when we see that, I think we need to call it out and not feel as though there's something wrong with saying that you want someone representing you with those characters. I think just the past 10 years or so, things have really gone off track. And I think it's up to us to make sure that that we try to reinstill those things. And if no one else does it, we have to do it. No one else is going to do it. So we have to expect that. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you teach your kids those traits?
Of course.
Okay. So
my kids are all grown now. And so we're teaching grandkids. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Right. So my question is, you teaching that, and we learn this, that we got people in positions don't possess none of those characters, and we seem to disregard that and overlook that. And that type of situation is being portrayed throughout the nation. It ain't just in one place. So when people look at this, they say, "Do as I say, not as I do." You know, they can do whatever they want to do and be overlooked. But by the same token, you got other minorities. If their character was in question, they wouldn't stand a chance. Mm-hmm. So why are you so willing to overlook these people?
No, you're right, and I'm going to have to pop off to get the guest on, sir. But you could call back in after we have the guest on, because I think that this point is so important, and that town hall at Windsor Village. Things like that gives us the opportunity to be able to speak to that image, that character, that morality. And, of course, the judgy part, I'm not talking about the judgy part. I think we know all of these things about, he believes that there are, 20 genders.
Well, you can't judge unless something is revealed. I can't make a judgment if I don't know it.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. So, but I appreciate you taking my call.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Paris, I'm going to pop over and get Dr. Tobin on. And, you guys gather around if you're interested in learning about some of these trades and how to get some money to go to school and, all that good stuff. So,
all right. So you're going to pop. I'm going to pop. And when we get through popping, I'll beat you right back. I'll pop right back here. Okay?
Okay. All right.
All right.
We're a winner.
And now, a message from the Future Frequency.
Young voters, Gen Z and millennials, our world is moving fast, and the issues hitting your pockets and your peace, they're all on the ballot. Rent, safety, jobs, student debt, and yes, home ownership. Whether you're aiming for your first keys or keeping your roof steady, voting is where those issues get decided. So click off the mute button and let your voice be heard. Tap in, lock in, and make a plan to vote. The future is live right now, and you're the frequency.
This message is powered by Diversity of Thought and proudly sponsored by 1230 KCOH The Source.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Hi, I'm I'm JJ Walls with Sunnyside Dental, and yes, it's now been over 30 years that we've been providing quality dental care for our patients in the Houston area. It's now come to my attention that many of you that want to come to Sunnyside Dental have Medicare plans that we don't accept. Hold up, that has got to change. Sunnyside Dental is now accepting most Medicare dental plans. WellCare, Liberty, United Healthcare, Cigna, Kelsey Care Advantage, Amerigroup, Aetna, and many more. We're getting on board. Call Sunnyside Dental at 713-738-1999. If you have Medicare and would like to receive the personal touch provided by Sunnyside Dental, call us at 713-738-1999. We look forward to helping you achieve the smile that you can't wait to share with the world.
Got Medicare dental benefits? Call Sunnyside Dental 713-738-1999.
Remember when $100 filled a grocery cart? Today, it barely gets you started. If you're retired or planning to retire soon, you may be concerned about how inflation could impact your future income. Inflation doesn't retire when you do. Everyday necessities continues to rise. The question is, will your retirement income keep pace? You may have spent decades building retirement savings, but retirement isn't just about what you've accumulated. It's about what you can spend. Inflation can impact purchasing power and create challenges for retirees living on fixed incomes. At Advanced Wealth and Retirement Planning Concepts, we help individuals evaluate retirement income strategies and explore options that may help support their financial goals. Call today for your complimentary retirement income review.
Retirement doesn't come with a do-over. Whether retirement is around the corner or already here, now is a great time to review your plan. Schedule your complimentary retirement strategy session today by calling 832-402-8367. Investment advisory strategies offered through TLG Advisors Inc., an SEC-registered investment advisor. No tax or legal advisement is given.
In life's most difficult moments, comfort matters. At Lord Edward Memorial, we believe every life is a blessing worth honoring with dignity and care. With a combined 60 years of experience, our compassionate staff walks beside your family with faith, respect, and understanding. Lord Edward Memorial, serving families with grace, compassion, and heartfelt care. Visit us at 6677 Rookin Street, Houston, 77074, or give us a phone call at 346-446-6675.
All right, we are back this morning with diversity of thought. Good morning to you all. Hello, Lydia Flanagan. We're back with DOT. Good morning.
Yes, thank you, Paris. Yes, we are back on diversity of thought, and we've got a great guest for you this morning. Dr. Christina Tobin is the Interim Associate Vice Chancellor for Work-Based Learning, Industry Partnerships, and Innovation at Houston City College. She leads HCC's Regional Apprenticeship Strategy, expanding paid career-focused pathways across Houston's high-growth industries, and advancing equitable access to workforce opportunity. A nationally recognized higher education leader, she's been named one of Houston's 30 most influential women and a top 10 most influential woman by Houston Woman Magazie. Dr. Tobin earned her doctorate in community college leadership with a dissertation on what higher education can learn from healthcare innovation. And I want to ask you, I want to circle back around to that at the end, Dr. Tobin. So good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I am well, thank you.
Good. Thank you for being here with us. We'll jump right in, Dr. Tobin. With all the work you're leading across workforce development and employer partnerships, how would you describe your role beyond what I did in the bio there, and what you focus on day to day?
Sure. Thank you again for having me on. I always tell people I'm employer triage, meaning employers come to us, partners come to us, and they are looking for a solution. It might be talent, it might be training, it might be just a solution for their organization. So my job is to put the right people in the room, have the conversation, come up with a solution, and then work with our teams across our district to implement those actions. And so it's really a collaborative approach with our partners. And that's why I call it triage, because everybody has a problem, and it's our job to help solve it.
I love it. I love it. I love that relationship triage. You being Dr. Tobin, a triage for employment. I love it. Let's see. For listeners who may not be familiar, can you break down what the Gulf Coast Region Apprenticeship Hub actually is? I love the website, by the way, and how these different pieces, from employer support to career seeker pathways, intermediaries, and youth apprenticeships, and even funding options, all work together to help students and employers across the region. And I know that's a mouthful, but if you could break that down a bit for us.
Sure. So the Gulf Coast Region Apprenticeship Hub is housed at Houston City College as part of HCC, and we really serve as the regional convener for apprenticeship development across the Gulf Coast. So rather than operating a single apprenticeship program, our hub brings together everyone: employers, educators, workforce organizations, our labor partner unions, and all community-based organizations to really expand high-quality registered apprenticeship and training programs across industry. And so our job as a hub is really to provide technical assistance, employer engagement, and then design apprenticeship programs that are going to be tailored to Department of Labor requirements. So we support organizations with compliance support, grant management, as well as aligning and scaling apprenticeship programs on their sites. So we look to mirror workforce demand with the instruction that we're providing, really creating a seamless education to employment pathway for individuals to get industry-recognized credentials and paid work experience, and hopefully develop, an exciting career in time.
Yeah. So when you look across our region, the Gulf Coast region, what workforce gaps stand out most to you right now?
Sure. The number one thing we hear from individuals, specifically employers, are soft skills. Huge gap in soft skills. If you go through interview processes with individuals right now, that is one of the biggest challenges. They don't know how to answer those interview questions. They've maybe never gone through an interview. So that's one thing, is really having those soft skills and critical thinking skills as part of that. And then the second piece is really having a pathway and understanding what it takes to get to that pathway. And I'll give a quick example. So, many people say, I want to be an electrician, but maybe they don't have the math skills necessary to be an electrician. So we can create construction math so they can go through and get the core math skills needed, rather than having to go through a full algebra class in order to meet the academic requirements of a program. So it's really looking at individual skills, matching the skills to the organization, but then helping them and working with them so that we can tailor the skills to the jobs that are currently available.
So, okay, and I understand that the soft skills for the individuals. I was speaking more toward workforce industry gaps. I guess I should have qualified that. Okay.
Not a problem.
What are the gaps? Yes.
Right now, huge gap in all the trades. So if you look right now, we have probably, I would say, one of the largest electrician demands in a decade. Everybody needs electricians, as well as plumbers and welders and HVAC techs. Here in Houston, everybody has an air conditioning or an AC unit. But more importantly, these big buildings that we're building, these data centers, they need top-notch air conditioning, right? They need individuals who can come in, lay cables. So we have electrical. So as we build out infrastructure, be it power plants, be it AI data centers, they need people that can make and create and continue to run these buildings for decades to come.
Okay. And we'll get to the exciting news about the Bloomberg investment in just a bit. But before we go there, I wanted to stay grounded in the workforce picture and how apprenticeships are responding to what you're seeing across the region. So just wanted to make you aware of that. We're seeing apprenticeships grow in healthcare, IT, manufacturing, and energy. What's driving that expansion, you think?
Sure. I believe twofold. Number one, we have a very large number of retirements. People are starting to retire, those baby boomers, as well as Gen X starting on that retirement plan. And so with that being said, we have a gap there. And then on the lower level, our youth, they're trying to figure out what to do next. But our employers, the need right now, we have so many people moving to Houston, droves and droves of people moving to Texas, quite frankly. And so with that, there's a need to support, and I'll just speak to healthcare. The volume, I believe the last number I saw, we needed roughly 69,000 new nurses just to support the incoming flow of people coming to our state. So we are a hub of workforce innovation with all the new businesses coming here. And in order to sustain that, we have to fill lots and lots of vacancies. Many companies are coming to us right now saying we need 1,500 people or we need 2,000 people. I'm not sure if you've heard recently about the massive shipbuilding and submarine building project. They're down in Galveston. They're going to need thousands of people to help build submarines and boats. So just
I hadn't heard about that. Thank you.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Port of Houston is where you would need to go to find out more about that.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Great. So how are students benefiting from these paid career-focused pathways, especially those balancing work and family that you see?
Yes. So I always tell people I think apprenticeship is the absolutely best way for a student to become successful. So if you look at an apprenticeship, an individual comes in to HCC, for example, and they're going to go into a specific program. And we'll just use electrical as an example. And while they're in that program, we're placing them on the job at an employer. They become a full-time employee at that employer. So they're going to school and they're working a full-time job. And the employers work with us and we work with the employers so that we can put a schedule together that makes sense for both the student to be successful as well as them to be successful as an employee. So they're getting paid. They're going to school. Their school most likely is being covered by scholarship or grant funding. So when they're coming out, not only are they building time with that employer and they're getting the credential that they need, but they're not coming out with tons and tons of debt that many students do have. And once again, we have flexibility working with our employers to build a schedule that works both for their business and for the student to be successful.
We love that, not having debt. That's awesome. So HCC is also connected to the American Apprenticeship Grant Program. For listeners who may not be familiar, what does this program make possible, and how is it helping expand apprenticeship opportunities across the region?
Sure. We have many grants, and with this grant, what it allows us to do is really expand apprenticeships. So about 4 years ago, we had the opportunity to get this grant, and that gave us the ability to really expand our offerings. So when we initially started, the Gulf Coast Region Apprenticeship Hub only offered healthcare apprenticeships. And then due to this grant, it gave us the ability to really branch out into not just construction trades, but healthcare, IT, manufacturing, insurance, which is actually a very large one for us. And in a wide variety. We have over 60 programs now that individuals can come to us and get registered in a DOL registered apprenticeship program. So this funding covers tuition, books, fees, as well as staff to help support and triage these students through their process. And I will mention one thing I forgot to mention is that when students are in these programs, they get assigned a mentor, an on-the-job mentor that works with them from the business and stays with them their full year or two while they're on the apprenticeship, as well as a career navigator that will help support them through their entire program, which is really a unique aspect of being an apprentice.
So if you're accepted, if I'm understanding correctly, you're accepted into this program, there are employers who you get hired in, or you're an apprentice with the employer, and then you move through the program that way. Is that right. Pretty much how? Okay.
Yes, the employer will actually provide an on-site mentor for these individuals while they're in the program. So not only are they a full-time employee, but they're getting an on-site mentor while they're in the program.
I see. Okay. And so I see here on the website, you've got a pharmacy technician apprenticeship, you've got plumber apprenticeship, and an IT apprenticeship as well. So I'm sure there's others, right?
Yes. So artificial intelligence is super hot right now. And so IT companies are looking for strategists and looking for individuals that can really learn and understand AI. And so we have students in our bachelor's in AI program that can apprentice in the AI world. And then we have everything from, like I mentioned earlier, insurance agents, sales representatives. We can create anything that a client might need if we don't have it. I know we had a request not too long ago about 3D printing for cement houses, right? So there's so many different options that are currently available to students.
Yeah, that is so interesting. I've seen a guy that has a business out of Austin for a while, and that's done that. And eventually they want to take that, I think, to space.
That's right.
Yeah.
Building houses on the moon.
Exactly. And if not houses, definitely different structures, buildings. Right. So for someone brand new to technical careers or skilled trades, what does the first step into an apprenticeship look like? Do you have to have an associate's degree, working on your bachelor's, or can you just come straight in to the program if you don't have a degree? If you have a high school or diploma or a GED, what's the first step? What do they look like?
Sure. So we have two options for students. We have a pre-apprenticeship option, which means we're getting them ready for an apprenticeship, and then we have a full apprenticeship. So pre-apprentices can be between 16 and 18 years old, and we're going to give them some skills they need prior to 18. Once they turn 18, they're eligible for an apprenticeship. All we look for is a high school diploma and being 18 and being work eligible in the state of Texas. So once they hit those three things, work eligible, 18, and a GED or high school graduate, they can apply for an apprenticeship program. Okay. So it's pretty simple.
Okay, great.
They do not have to have a degree. They don't have to have a certificate. We get them all trained when they come on board.
Okay, great. So you're serving such a wide mix of learners, right? It sounds like people changing careers, folks stepping into technical fields for the first time, workers returning after layoffs. How is the apprenticeship system meeting each of these students where they are and helping them move into these high growth careers? And I also had a question about including opportunities for individuals who were formerly incarcerated and working to rebuild their lives. Is there a pathway for them?
Yes, a second chance pathway. Now, we have certain employers that will take those individuals. So we just have to match the student with the right employer. As far as those individuals that are, we call it second careering, meaning they need another career, right? Maybe they were laid off or whatever the case is. Absolutely work with them. The great news is that they already have experience. So as long as we can get them the certificates and the skills that they need, many times they can start on the job and fast track through that employer because they already have that background and experience. And then obviously we have our high school kids, right? Those individuals that are juniors and seniors in high school that we can start on the pre-apprenticeship track and then put straight into an apprenticeship. And lastly, we have those 18 to 24-year-olds that will come in and they can go straight into an apprenticeship program.
Okay, that's wonderful. And those kids that are still in high school, there's opportunities for them to not necessarily have to do these apprenticeships during the school year. They can do them during the summer. Exactly. How would that work? Okay.
So with our high school students, once they turn 18, they're fully eligible for a full-time apprenticeship program. If they're doing pre-apprenticeship, they can pre-apprenticeship over the summer, or we have partnerships with HISD and Eley and many other schools. I'll mention teacher apprenticeship is a huge one right now coming on board, where they will actually apprentice while they're still in school. So as long as they're 18, and we have a lot of kids that are 18 as seniors in high school, they would then be eligible to apprentice.
Okay, wonderful. Let's see here. You're collaborating with major employers across the region. What makes a partnership truly effective with those employers?
Definitely. So what makes it most effective is when we can sit around at the table and say, and I touched on this earlier, what is the problem we're trying to solve? If they have a gap in talent, how many do they need to hire? When do they need to hire them? We really want to sit down and do a phased approach on, let's look at the pathway that they want to select, because maybe they just need a few classes that they're wanting people to come in with. And that might be, for our healthcare people, that might be a CNA. They want them to be a CNA before they actually come on board. So if that's the case, that's something we can absolutely do. They're looking to hire a patient care tech. So we'll start them as a CNA, and then they go on the job and they're getting their EKG and their phlebotomy courses while they're on the job, right? So when we sit down with that employer, we look at how many people they need, when they need them by, what skills they need by when, and then we really build a project plan. We project plan all of that out for the employer to include what are the wages and what kind of incentives that employer might be eligible for. Because many times, by going the apprenticeship route, employers can get wage incentives, tax incentives, a variety of different things available to them by being an apprenticeship partner.
Okay, that's awesome. So can we talk a little bit, or can you discuss the manufacturing and energy spaces? We talked a little about healthcare and IT, but let's talk about manufacturing and energy. What's going on with them insofar as the apprenticeships are concerned and the interest there?
Sure. I think welding right now is probably, welding and machining are probably two of our hot programs right now. So much construction, as I mentioned earlier, is taking place. So roles in the energy area, like pipe fitting, as well as instrumentation controls, is super critical. Welding, we have companies like SpaceX right now who are coming to us and saying, I need welders, right? So they will come, they will observe the test of our students, and then hire them as a result of that. Manufacturing, as I mentioned, machining, in order to build all of these different places that we're currently in the process of building, we have to machine different parts. And so that is CNC machining is a whole nother skill that companies are needing across our region. And so manufacturing right now is really growing fast, and specifically that welding area, huge demand.
So what about clean energy?
clean energy. Wastewater would probably be our big one on clean energy right now for our area. As we build these facilities, as you'll see, they have these tanks, and these tanks funneling water, and then that water goes out to other areas, right? So they need wastewater technicians to oversee those tanks and oversee the process. And so we do get requests for wastewater technicians. They want them to have entry-level certification, and then they'll continue on and get trained as a result of that.
Okay. And do you guys provide some of those entry-level certifications, or do they have to get those somewhere else?
We provide all of that. They can come be a full-blown
awesome.
wastewater technician here at HCC. We pretty much provide all training. I believe we have 112 programs, 127 programs at this point that we can offer students, and they can start as a wastewater tech
Michael has over 27 years experience in the irrigation industry and is licensed and insured, but he now has additional support. So if you have a lawn sprinkler system that is no longer operating properly or you're tired of lugging water hoses around, call Aquamatic Irrigation at 346-476-9065. If you don't have a lawn sprinkler system, give Aquamatic Irrigation a call to have your automatic lawn sprinkler system installed. Enjoy your lawn and improve your property value. In order to keep your lawn and landscaping in excellent condition, Aquamatic Irrigation also offers routine maintenance programs to check the system for leaks, proper controller settings, and sprinkler head alignment. Call Aquamatic Irrigation, your sprinkler company, 346-476-9065, or visit our website at www.aquamaticirrigation.net.
Everybody's talking about the high price of eggs. Well, I don't know much about eggs, but I tell you this. If you want great chicken at a great price, how about Chicken Plus, 6210 North Wayside? Let's hear what his customers are saying. Michelle writes, Chicken Plus has some of the best fried chicken and best fried okra in the city. We stay about 45 minutes away, but the drive is definitely worth it. E. Max says, the chicken is seasoned so well and every bite has a special crunch. It's my go-to chicken spot when I want homemade fried chicken that's always good. Now that's what I'm talking about right there. Great fried chicken, okra, rice and gravy, desserts. You're going to find it all at Chicken Plus, 6210 North Wayside. You don't have time to make the drive? Hey, no problem, no problem. You can order Chicken Plus on DoorDash and Uber Eats. You better do what you got to do to get your hands on some of that great fried chicken, the best fried chicken in the city. Great chicken at great prices. That's Chicken Plus. See you there.
In life's most difficult moments, comfort matters. At Lord Edward Memorial, we believe every life is a blessing worth honoring with dignity and care. With a combined 60 years of experience, our compassionate staff walks beside your family with faith, respect, and understanding. Lord Edward Memorial, serving families with grace, compassion, and heartfelt care. Visit us at 6677 Rookin Street, Houston, 77074, or give us a phone call at 346-446-6675.
Informative, entertaining, inspiring. It's the Jackson Political Report, hosted by veteran political strategist Ron Jackson. Ron will discuss local, state, national, and international politics. The show features commentary, guest interviews, and audience dialogue. The Jackson Political Report, this Saturday morning, 10 to 11 on 1230 KCOH, The Source.
This is Gilbert Andrew Garcia of A Tip from Gilbert, talk, inspiration, and prayer. Listen to my show every Monday from 11 to 12 on KWWJ 1360 AM, KYOK 1140 AM, KCOH at 1230kcoh.com, St. Radio at 95.1 FM, 1460 AM, and Latino Sports, KEYH 850 AM. Call in at 832-570-8075 and follow me on social media. See you then.
A Tip from Gilbert, Mondays 11 a.m. on 1230 KCOH, The Source.
Saturdays, we're taking you back with Carrie Lewis on Inside Tracks. Soulful, funky, rhythm and blues, disco, doo-wop, rock and roll, new jack swing, and everything in between. Inside Tracks has all the classics for you and even those forgotten gems too. So join Carrie Lewis on Inside Tracks every Saturday afternoon beginning at 2 p.m. only on KCOH 1230 The Source.
The Hezekiah Walker Countdown. You know we got that brand new sound.
Hey family, it's your boy Hezekiah Walker, and I want you to join me this weekend as I count down 20 of the most popular songs in gospel. I'll also be giving you some power music with my power picks of the week and put the spotlight on one of your favorites. So don't miss it, the Hezekiah Walker Countdown.
Don't miss the Hezekiah Walker Countdown, Sundays, 12 noon on The Source.
Saturdays, we're taking you back with Carrie Lewis on Inside Tracks. Soulful, funky, rhythm and blues, disco, doo-wop, rock and roll, new jack swing, and everything in between. Inside Tracks has all the classics for you and even those forgotten gems too. So join Carrie Lewis on Inside Tracks every Saturday afternoon beginning at 2 p.m. only on KCOH 1230 The Source.
Good morning. Good morning. I get crossed here. So listen, you see that wonderful picture of Lydia Flanagan up on YouTube this morning? That's because she's right here on Friday. You get to see her with diversity of thought, and I get to hear her on the good days. So fortunately through the week, we get to hear her voice as well as Akua Fayette, who sometimes pops in with us, and we love that as well. And all of the people who contribute so much to our programming. Ron Jackson and Kerry Lewis returns Saturday. And speaking on this weekend, let me say this: there are a couple of things going on this weekend. Junior tends to go to St. Paul Missionary Church over there. I understand that they are still giving out over there on Brandon Avenue. They're giving Brandon Street, rather, giving away food, and we're going to have to begin anew that schedule of alerting people on Fridays, on the days that it's happening, to go to St. Paul Missionary Church over there in the Sunnyside area, and I assume they're still looking for volunteers, but we're going to see if we can get Junior tends to go over there on some Fridays, and we'll see what more we can find out about it, or get a spokesperson from there. That's my guy, man. The Reverend, I would tell you, man, that's Bishop Nash, Reverend Jimmy Nash, Pastor Nash. Yes, indeed. What a wonderful man. And let me say hello to Judy Faustin, too, this morning. Now, you heard yesterday about the Cast Out campaign. I want to remind you of that when our good friend Sylvester, our newfound friend, although he's been in the community for lots of years, came by yesterday and was telling us about the Pure Justice Fair. The people from Pure Justice, they have a program, a campaign called Cast Out. It is a resource fair. It's bridging the gap for individuals with criminal legal records. And they're going to discuss expungement, among other things, tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Shrine of the Black Madonna, 5309 Martin Luther King Boulevard, and it's Houston, Texas 77021. And a lot of good people are joining in out there, namely Grassroots Leadership, ACLU, Commissioner Rodney Ellis, the People's Council teams up with them, and some of the people from the sheriff's precincts will be there. So the discussions will center around disaster relief, legal services, local government, and listen to this, materials and resources. They say they want to give out. They've got new suits, new clothing there for people who may need. Now, this is an adult affair, but they will have some school backpacks. But this is for people who may have had legal problems, who are trying to get their lives back on track. And the children are not just an afterthought now, because these school backpacks they've got, they said they're stuffed with the things that the children need. And they were on community chat yesterday discussing those things. So I want to be sure you go out, ladies and gentlemen, between 10 and 2 tomorrow. And in case I'm not on the air with you tomorrow, I'll see if we can get Kerry Lewis and maybe Ron Jackson to mention it and what they do. But let's help our people who need the help of our communities. Food, backpacks, and clothing. And again, this is for adults who may need help. There are going to be legal services on hands. The People's Council, Lone Star Local will be on hand. 6 local precinct 6, I think it says here. At that age where I got to look at the numbers again. I shouldn't say at that age. There are people, all kinds of people who who have to use glasses. But there's going to be Harris County Harris County Public Defender's Office and the County District Attorney's Office will be on hand as well. So just wanted you to know that. Thank you so much, Lydia. I appreciate you allowing me to do that. Thank you.
Oh, it's still the morning magazine, y'all. It's Diversity of Thought, but I'm on the morning magazine, and I appreciate being here with the prophet, Mr. Paris Eley, and wanted to pick this back up if I could about reading. I heard someone was talking about reading. Well, I saw on Fareed Zakaria on GPS.
Yeah.
They were discussing the end of reading and what that means for us. And there was some information shared that I want to share with you all and just get your feedback. So there was a moment on last Sunday's Fareed Zakaria GPS that stopped me cold. Fareed was talking. She was speaking with Rose Horowitz, and she's like a millennial journalist who wrote an Atlantic piece titled "The End of Reading is Here." And I get pieces from the Atlantic when I can, but the subscription is pretty high. So for you high rollers, y'all probably seen this, but I had a chance to read it, and she laid out something that's been hiding in plain sight. And as we talk about our phones and all that, Americans aren't just reading less; they're almost abandoning reading as a daily habit. And the numbers she cited are striking. The share of Americans who say they read for pleasure on any given day has fallen more than 40% between 2004 and 2023, according to researchers at the University of Florida and the University College London. That's not a dip. That's a collapse, right? The percentage of adults who read a book dropped from 53% in 2017 to 49% in 2022, according to the National Endowment for the Arts. And Rose said something that should make every educator pause. Students are arriving at universities unable to read books, not because they're incapable, but because they simply haven't done it in junior high or high school. The habit never formed. And here's the part that's the most, that's almost surreal. Rose found that more Americans gamble, Paris, on any given day than read. Last year, 57% of Americans placed a bet. That's a chilling statistic.
Yes, girl. Oh, yes. Man.
What does that mean for society? If it means we're not just reading less, but Paris, we're writing less.
Whoa.
And if we're writing less, we're thinking less.
Yes.
Reading is the input, writing is the output, thinking is the bridge between the two. We just had Dr. Tobin on at Houston City College. When reading disappears, the whole chain weakens. Vocabulary shrinks, attention spans shorten, complex ideas feel too long, arguments get thinner, reflection gets replaced by reaction, and civic muscles that hold our democracy together, patience, nuance, and the ability to sit with an idea long enough to understand it start to atrophy. And that's why Rose's piece feels like a requiem, not because reading is dead, but because its cultural role has changed, and not for the better. We're losing the slow, deliberate practices that help us make sense of the world instead of just scrolling through it. And maybe that's the real warning inside the work that this reporter did. If reading fades, thinking fades, and once thinking fades, the whole conversation we're trying to have as a society becomes thinner, louder, and more fragile. So, question, with reading for pleasure down more than 40% and more Americans gambling on any given day than reading, what do you think this means for us as a society? Harris Eley.
Yes, well,
I knew this would be right
that's a
up
big
your
fat old
alley.
softball. Not only up the alley, just down the road. It's everywhere. It's all over the place. It's parking on the lawn. Look. We see the results of this. Look at the Center for Disease Control. Look at our cabinet members, people who are being assigned to things that they barely understand. We got callers calling in here arguing with Dr. Fauci, for crying out loud, because they read a piece of material on YouTube.
Right.
We've got people who select themselves. They do outside reading, and they will say, I've done my research on this. Well, look, I'm a guy who likes to read, but I don't call myself having done research. Research is something different. It bestows upon you a level of knowledge that is not commonly available. And that's why you have experts. But we not only do we not do it, we encourage our younger people not to do it. And make no mistake, some crime is a result of that as well, because it's their reasoning that gets them in trouble. Yes. So I got to tell you, yes. And then we got people who are beyond high school age themselves, who come along and push forward the idea, not just of not reading. That would be one thing. But of even being dismissive of education. I mean, you can't find everything in a book. Nobody says, but where did you even learn to say that? I mean, it's like, it's bananas to me. We are going backwards. So when people show up and say, hey, let's just give it to these younger people. I want to make this distinction. Our graduations have been up in the black community among a certain group of students, people who learn the value of education and teach it to their children. But we've also another group of young people out there who don't consider that important to them. So when we get groups who are readers, they are sometimes ostracized by the people who don't read. Now, reading doesn't solve everything, but really, I've never heard a person who reads who makes the argument that reading solves everything. So even that shows a lack of connection to how learning works. So I can see it. I mean, I hear it. I watch it in these hearings on television when people argue. Listen to me. The darn, what's the thing I'm trying to say, Lydia, is up. What is it with the mosquitoes? Malaria and all of the, we're bringing diseases back from Spain in 1800s because we got illnesses coming back. I'll overstate the case, but not by much. So, our generals get pulled out because some guy who looks good on television says, I don't like what they're doing. We are all over the place. And look at our foreign policy. So all of those things, we don't have people educated in true disciplines who are running things because they get run out by people whose voters put them in there, and they read less than they read less than their constituents, and not only read less than their constituents, they do things to undermine regulations, and they do things to undermine education. So thank you for that rant. You go ahead. I'm glad. Yeah, you go ahead. You got it from here. You got it from here.
I knew that would touch a nerve.
Yes.
With the prophet, given that he is always talking to us about vocabulary, discussing, having discourse, here on the air. And we were just talking about earlier, we were talking about Tallarico and what was going on with him, and I was laying out some of the legislation bills that he'd written, some that he'd sponsored, and the thought was, oh well, as we're having this discourse, this political discourse around not speaking for, I used the word we, and it's like, oh well, and you know what, I should not have used the word we. I should have said, Democrats on whole, two sides of a conversation or a debate. You both get the same thing in the end. Here's some details, some facts that you can use, and you can think about these things and how they benefit, not just like Sherman, not just the Black community, but it benefits communities overall, just like civil rights benefits, and sometimes I'm thinking that, people get that part. Civil rights benefits everyone, Black, white, everyone. We're all precious in this sight. So it benefits everyone. So these, but a lot of times, well, and I won't say a lot of times, I would like for someone who is Republican to bring forth and talk about some of these bills that the person that's running on their side has either written or sponsored that helped. Ultimately, it was, I guess, supposed to help everybody, but it actually benefited the Black community in some specific way. Because when we talk about some of these things, it's kind of like they should have a trickle-down effect. We think that it'll benefit everyone, but a lot of times, ultimately, in the end, we don't, the Black communities, the communities of color, the poor communities don't get the benefit of some of the of legislation a lot of times. So not only, I'd like for people on the other side to make that case, just like I was making the case for you to go ahead and look at it yourself. But I could see this passed. This is what it did. This is how it specifically benefited everyone. But if you're talking to a specific group of people, you need to tell them how it specifically benefited their lives, their jobs, their families, their schools. I mean, that's what politicians are supposed to do. They're supposed to be our public servants, there to help us with our everyday lives. It doesn't do me any good if it's only helping someone in West U, and I get over to 3rd Ward or to 5th Ward, and I don't know anything about this. There were some things that Dr. Tobin brought up. I mean, I didn't know about maybe I'd heard about the shipbuilding and the submarine building out there in Galveston. Mm-hmm. I didn't know anything about NRG having this new power center that they just cut the ribbon on. Well, I should have asked about. I'm trying to find out, where is it located? What part of town is it in? Mm-hmm. Is it here in Houston or, whatever? So there are a lot of things going on that we may not be privy to access, but as we invite people in and have these conversations, we can find out about these things. It may not be that people are trying to not necessarily hold it back from us, but you just may not be in the room. And they say, or at the table. And if you're not in the room or at the table, you own the table,
You're on the menu, right?
You're on the menu,
Yeah.
Sorry. So that's what I would really love to have, and I know parents would as well. Love to have a conversation with someone that can put the same information provide that same information to us to make that case for the Republican Party. So, let's do it. Somebody commit to that. That's on the other side to do it. But yeah, what I definitely don't want to do is having people who are on the same side fighting against each other because of the approach. And so yeah, Paris, here we are. Here we are.
Yeah.
And looking forward. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and you got your callers and you got your board lit, so I think they're ready to talk
yeah.
with you.
Come on, y'all, let's talk.
I think they're ready to talk with you.
Stuff. And if someone has the update on what's the name of the Bertha? Somebody has an
Bertha.
Update on
Bertha.
Please let us know. Looked like something was happening yesterday, but I don't know if it's all passed over or whatever. So let us know about that.
I think it pretty much is the Bertha tracker. Bertha tracker. So since you mentioned that, I got to do it for you now. It's downgraded to a tropical storm. Okay. So and she's moving west at 10 miles per hour with 45 mile per hour winds. Okay. So
she's moving west. So she's moving inland.
Well, let me be sure. Well, she came through here last night. Now I don't know where she's. See, it says where is she right now? The northeastern Gulf of Mexico, but I got to be sure this is really updated. Just south of the Florida Panhandle and west of Florida. No, that was from a previous time. She'll be in Texas by midweek. Is here. Okay. But it's out of our area. It's out of our hair. So if you out there somewhere else, duck. No, 2 hours ago. Yeah. So we try. Okay. An additional 1 to 3 inches of rain is expected with isolated totals of up to 4 p.m. So yeah, it's out of our area. In fact, if something is other than that, I'll jump in. Okay, caller, you are on with Lydia.
Lydia
Diversity of Thought. Lydia Flanagan, of course. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Flanagan. Shiver me timbers, Flanagan. One thing, two things quickly. One is I hope that when these young people acquire these skills and careers, that they go back into their communities and help rebuild them with the skills they acquired and the knowledge, and even acquire some land. And that is my hope for these young people. Or take over the land that their family has already. But I hope that, and one request for interview, James Davis. You know who it is? He's the Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate in the state of Louisiana. So many people from Louisiana. He's a fourth generation farmer. He was born in Houston. His parents moved to Houston, but they moved back to Louisiana. He's a fourth generation farmer. He's the Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate, the seat that Bill Cassidy lost, Republican. But I hope he can be a guest. He's a very interesting guy.
What's his name
fourth-generation
again?
Farmer.
What's his
Jamie
name again?
Davis. James.
Okay.
They call him Jamie Davis. He's a Democratic nominee for the U.S. Senate. But fourth-generation farmer. But you said about reading. You know, the great, always entertaining Sammy Davis Jr. started his career at 3 years old. He never was formally schooled. He was on the road, entertaining, traveling. And he learned how to, he said in his book, My Way, his autobiography, My Way, that he learned to read. He was taught to read, and when he was drafted in the U.S. Army during World War II. And so, but he was a voracious reader. Once he learned to read, he was a fabulous cook, chef, if you will. You ever seen him do his pistol routine with the 6-shooters? Oh, it was awesome. You got to look it up.
I love Sammy Davis Jr. Yeah.
Everybody should love Sammy Davis Jr. And, you know, by him not being able to, you know, for whatever reason, go to formal school, he contributed to each United Negro College Fund, all 42 historically black colleges and universities. So, yeah, it's not how you start all the time. Sometimes it's how you finish.
Yep. There you go. Appreciate all
right,
that inspiration. You always bring inspiration to the table, Don. Thank you so much for calling today. But yeah, young people out there, that's some good words of wisdom. Come back to the community, and you know, we need HVAC people, all of those people, the apprenticeship, you know, the IT, the healthcare folks. Yeah, come on back to the community. We need you. We need you. We want you and we need you. We're not scared of you either.
Yeah. And you can do both. You can work with your hands and read. You can do both. You don't have to. It's like, oh, I can't. I can't read that. I know how to fix a car. You know, I mean, one is not mutually exclusive to the other. You can do both.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hello, caller. You're on with Lydia.
Hey,
good morning,
Diversity Queen. So good morning, Diversity Queen. So, what is the chance of you having a telephone number for us to get the information by calling some telephone number?
Oh, you talking about for the apprenticeship program?
Telephone number for the apprentice program. Yes, ma'am.
Hold on. Well. Okay,
if you get
yes, Houston Community. Houston Community. Go ahead, Mr. Bobby Ray. I'm sorry. Houston City College is what it's called now. Houston City College and
City College to get the updated information.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can call in and get the updated information. I appreciate you.
Okay, thank you, Bobby. All right, buddy. All right. Hello, caller. You're on with Lydia, Diversity of Thought.
There is.
Good morning.
Lydia, what's going on?
Hey,
X. Hey, lady. I'm glad. I'm really glad that you brought up Tallarico's record in the state of Texas, and that's why I started backing him after Jasmine lost to him. And when he ran against Jasmine, although I voted for Jasmine, I said that if Jasmine lost, it's still a win-win because the fact that his record on all the bills and the law that he passed, that you know, one was specifically for a black man, and a lot of stuff that he passed helped black people, and that's why that's why I was so frustrated with some black people when he got to the forefront and they were saying, you know, what is he going to do for black people and stuff like that. And it was making me so angry because just like you talked about the article about people aren't reading anymore. That's proof because everybody that was black had to do was pull up his record in the Texas legislature. And you would have known that he was for black people, you know, and it just frustrated me. But I'm glad you bring to the forefront, you know, about this so people can see for themselves instead of hearing and just guessing. Because the simple fact that, you know, anytime I back a candidate, and when I back a candidate, I go all out to back a candidate. I make sure I look at his. Look at he or she's voting record if they have been politicians to see what they really stand for and what they all about, and not just assume because they black or they white. Because like we said before, you know, sometimes black people got to know the difference between a white racist and a white abolitionist. And the thing is, we got a lot of white racists out there, including Trump and Paxton. And you know, with Barry called, Barry ought to be ashamed of himself because, you know, all he had and he's following the script of the Republicans, especially the Texas Republicans. Only thing they can scream out is transgender. But you know what? when was the last time you seen a transgender start a war? When the last time you seen a transgender person raise prices? When the last time you seen a transgender try to take education, public education, for black people? You know, but that's all they got. That's all they got. They're more concerned about controlling people's lives instead of doing something to control to help people's pocketbooks and people's well-being. And you know, it's just crazy, especially for black people, to follow the Republican Party when they have nothing to give and nothing to offer for black people. You know.
Okay.
So.
Can I break in? Can I break in here? Okay, because
Man,
you know,
come on. I'm dialogue, not monologue.
I know.
Come on now.
We've been
right.
talking. We've been talking, and you've been calling in, and so the reason I approached the conversation this way today, and back before the primary, you know this because you listen. I interviewed both of them, Jasmine and James, and I did a side-by-side comparison of their experience. So this is not the first time I've listed out what James Tallarico has done and the bills that he passed. Okay, and so this is the second time because you know now we're going on to the general. The primaries. You know, what I came out after I looked at everything side by side was that Jasmine was more qualified at that time, but she did not win. And so now here we are. What I was saying earlier, and I mean this sincerely, I believe that what's happening in our community, and I mean we need to be able to have dialogue. And I think, like I said, we got two different points of view. You had your point of view, and other people had a different way, a different point of view, and nobody was saying don't vote. So there was a lot of things that were coming in. Maybe somebody said it, but not anybody that I want to promote. People were giving their point of view and how to approach him and his campaign. And that's the reason you have the town hall, and not everybody is going to ask the question the way you would ask the question or in the tone or tenor. And so we have to understand that both of us, the points of view, you don't always want people that think the same way because you only have one person thinking because you got the same thoughts. You need to always have diverse thoughts. And my point about this is that as long as we get to the end of the road, which is not only are you gonna make these things happen for us, and we have you on record saying you're gonna make these things happen for us, and you're gonna invest in our communities. See, these things weren't being asked early on, but they're being discussed now. They're being sussed out. This isn't something that was happening. You gotta take on power and tell people how you want to be treated and what you want. And I that's why I agree with the other side. And it's kind of like in a household. And I know you married and you have a contractor or somebody come out to your house. My husband and I do this all the time. We do good cop, bad cop, and because the end result is you want the work done to the best of their ability, You look at three different people, but you want the work done. You don't want to have to overpay for the work. You want a fair price, but you want that end result. And so the only way to really get to that a lot of times is to have the two different sides working together, but coming at it from a different way. And so I think a lot of times, and I'm not saying you, but a lot of times people will get in their ego and believe that their way is the best way, or their way or the highway, and they may be missing the forest for the trees because the other side is really saying something similar. They're just using a different approach to get there. So that's what I wanted to bring to the fore today, and list out his legislative work, his 8 years. He's on the ballot, and once you get all of the information, you go in there. You have to make your own choice. Yes, we need to vote. We're not going to have good outcomes if we don't vote, but we also not going to have good outcomes if we don't, have this kind of energy around things that we want done, things that we want to see done in our community specifically, for everyone, but in our community specifically. So that's the point that I was trying to make today, and
Yeah.
I think that we all good. It's all good.
Yeah. But what I was, but also what I was saying, Lydia, is that what we have to do as Black people, and there should be a lesson with this past primary. If you want your Black candidate to win, you should show up to vote, because 67% of Black people went out and voted for Jasmine, which that was a horrible number. It should have been 90% instead of 67%, and that's the big disappointment. And we gotta hold ourselves accountable for our BS. Because
we're
that
accountable
was absolutely,
too.
Huh? Because
I said,
the thing is,
he's accountable for his campaign and for getting our vote, but we need to be accountable as well for the turnout. Absolutely.
Now, that's what I'm saying, because the thing is, we are hurting ourselves when we don't, in every election, we don't come out like Barack Obama is running every time. And that's what we need to do to make a difference. We cannot make a difference and then shout if we only showing up for a Black candidate is 67%. It needs to be 90. And before I go, I don't know if you're looking at the other elections in other states for senator. I'm glad John brought about Davis, because the guy was telling you about Guy Leland, that's a big in the Democrat Party in Louisiana. He introduced me to Davis, real good guy. I'm in the process of trying to get a meet and greet. My girlfriend's cousin has a nice restaurant in Natchitoches, and I'm trying to set up a meet and greet in a restaurant in Natchitoches. And also, I don't know if you're looking at the Senate race in Mississippi. There's a Black guy named Colum, and it's this white woman that's a sheer racist that's running for the Republican side. It's this Stephen Sellout, and that's what Stephen Selfish Sellout, named Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson didn't win the primary. Ty Simpson did not win the primary in Mississippi for senator on the Democrat side. So this, I'm going to call him a clown, sellout fool. He runs independent, and he has split that vote. And now Mississippi probably not going to have the first Black senator ever in the state of Mississippi because of this guy. And he was on XM Radio on Karen Hunter's show, and I called in, I told him to his face that he was a sellout, and he was talking about this independent crap and everything like that. And I told him, say, you know what? You need to put a R in front of your name instead of behind your name instead of an I, because I said you just gave the Senate to the Republican Party by your selfish foolishness. And we have to stop this crap and stop this egomania when you lose. Now, he's going to cost this Black man, Colum, a Senate seat, which is a number in our favor to get this rat, dirty man out of office. If nothing else, clip his wings so he won't start and keep on reaping havoc on black people.
Okay. All right.
Take a look at that race.
Well, thank
you. Take a look at that race, though. Take a look at that race.
Yeah, I
City by
will.
Mississippi.
I'm talking about down ballot races and other races. I'll do some of that next week. Talked about down ballot races last week and who was running. So I want to get the individuals, the black man who is running for Attorney General on the Democrat. I think his first name is Nathan.
And before I go, black folks, don't forget, vote for Hannah Hossa if you want the 16 years of racial terror away. Because we still gonna be in trouble. We still got Abbott in there. So vote for Hannah Hossa, please, black people, and get Abbott out of there if you really want change. Thank you.
All right, we're 19 minutes before the hour. Or 19 minutes before the hour, and I want these parties to spend money to in the community. I'm understanding the Democrats have $25 million. You know, I hope they got their go-to ground game together. Out here, they're gonna have to support these. You got other callers, but did you want to make a comment before I went on? Before you went on,
you gotta love X. You gotta love X. He's got his point of view, and he is involved.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't say anything about him. He is involved. He's out and about. He has his point of view about things, and that's good. And we're listening to him. And there are other people out there that have their point of views too. Hey, the name of this show is Diversity of Thought, y'all. And so that's what we're doing here. There is a man that I did want to mention, Jermaine Johnson, Paris. Mm-hmm. He is South Carolina governor's race. He would be the first black governor of South Carolina if he is elected. So. Look at that race. There are a lot of interesting races going on around the country right now, and I just think involvement is the first thing. You need to know who they are and what they're trying to do, and voter turnout. We got I got the third PSA coming down the pike for us, Paris, as we move to November 3rd. But voting, young people, get out there, get involved. Future Frequency is there.
Future Frequency.
So happy to see.
Future Frequency. I know Ralph's out there listening. So Future Frequency, Ralph. Don't forget Future Frequency.
And thank you, Ralph, for commenting on my post. It's always wonderful when you have. When you have these Hall of Famers that get out there that tell people to listen to the show, and so gotta love it. Thank you. But anyway, let's go into the other column.
Okay, let's wait a minute. Okay, let's do that. And I am working from another mic now. Yes, indeed. So we're moving around in here, Lydia. We're doing several things. Okay. Hello, caller. You are on with Lydia. Hello, caller. Hello, caller. You're on with Lydia.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes. Thank y'all for accepting the call. Yes.
Good morning, Ali.
Good morning. When you read the piece about reading, this is absolutely true. It is absolutely profound and shocking. Should shock everyone. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who for some reason we don't listen to on tape, video, don't even pick up the book she wrote, ISIS Papers. I advise everyone to pick that book up, the ISIS Papers. She made comments about reading in the late 80s, early 90s, that it will only alter your ability to learn new words. It'll put a halt to your ability to think and think correctly. This is absolutely true. Mr. Millie Fuller. No one knows him. I bet if we ask 10 people, we won't get 2 that know Mr. Millie Fuller. Mr. Millie Fuller wrote books. Mr. Millie Fuller, black man, no college education. He worked for the Bureau of Engravement, where they make money at. He worked in Washington, D.C., not as an engraver, but as a security guard. He gave the world the term racism, white supremacy is a system. He was the first one to use that term. He wrote about it in 1953. Then later he put together a book. He took the manuscript around in a suitcase. He was an avid reader and writer. So I just wanted to say those things that Lydia said about the reading is absolutely true. They have been said countless of years before that.
Hey, what's up, DJ? I got your thing on fade 1,
And
2,
we
3.
should take take heed to that. That's very, very important. And Lydia, 64% of black people voting. I'm not saying it shouldn't be more.
My man. What's
but
up,
64,
buddy? I got your text.
That's good. That's good. We
DJ.
want more, but that's good. So if we come with 64% and the other people that black people say that are not racist, white people come with another percent that's going to do things just and fair that we don't call racist, then we should win a lot of the time. Like with a Jackson and Crockett. We put, like you said, you did a study, you put them side by side, and she was the better candidate.
The
we
source.
only voted 64%. Well, the other percent should come from other people. I'm just saying, if we really think that other people are not looking at our race, so why didn't it come from the other people? We have to develop to a point, Sister Lydia, that we got to quit blaming the victim. Okay, 64. I'm not into numbers of races, voting. I'm saying I don't know those numbers well. But so Lydia, have black people ever voted 99% or 90%?
I think
or do you know any race that
when
did
we
that?
voted
Go ahead.
Kamala Harris, I think black women were in the 90s, the mid-90s for Kamala Harris. And I think black men actually weren't too far behind, contrary to popular belief, in the voting for Kamala Harris.
I think it was like
but what they were
98,
trying
96.
To say, 98, 96,
96,
something
something
like that. But
like
the thing
that.
in Texas, Ali, we're talking about a state election versus a national election, right? And we know that Texas, from a number standpoint, has 3 million black people, largest number of black people in any state, not percentage-wise, but actual number-wise. And if we vote, although we're a smaller percentage of the population, when we vote, because we vote consistently, those of us that do vote, and when many of us vote like you're talking about Barack Obama, we're excited about the vote, that kind of thing. You get you get the turnout that you want, because you do have Hispanics are split, like they were saying. They'll vote for Republicans, some will vote for Democrats, whatever. And then the majority of Caucasians or whites will vote Republican, as we all know. But some will still vote for the Democratic person that's in the race. And so when you get the stronger black vote, because of the consistency and how we support the Democratic, they know that they're not going to be able to get their person over the finish line for a win if they don't get strong output from us. So I mean, that's just the way it is in Texas, and I think that's the way probably it is overall
all over the country,
in the
all
nation,
over the country, yeah.
all over the
Yeah.
country. But in Texas,
Yeah.
for sure, as we're talking about this Senate race. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we vote. But go ahead.
I know. Yeah, we vote. So like if this guy loses, James, if Mr. James whatever, I can't pronounce his last name.
Tallarico.
Tallarico. If he loses, not only outside black people, outside of our community, white people gonna be pointing the finger at us too. It was black people, and then I'm gonna call Paris Monday, and then I'm gonna attack black people. We didn't vote. We too hung up. I get Lydia. Muslims don't bet, but I bet you everything in my bank account, even with me saying it. The following day, if Tallarico loses, black people gonna call Paris and tell him it was black people's fault. Not only black callers, but black guests too. So
It's a setup. It's a setup already for us.
That's right.
If the turnout is not high, because we already know that that's how the elections work. If the turnout is not high, then they're gonna say, but black people, okay. But what they're not gonna be able to say this time around, Ali, is that we didn't have energy around making these campaigns and these candidates speak to our needs and what it is that we want. But what we need to do is we need to use this situation that happened. Everybody's seen it now. We've been at the town halls and everywhere, saying what we got to say. Give that energy to everybody moving forward.
Pass it along.
Okay,
yes, it's absolutely true. Yeah. And don't say when that sister. I'm just taking her as an example. At that town hall meeting, stood up and spoke truth to power. Don't come on a radio station and say, "Oh well, she's nothing. She just wanted to get her clicks up." That's from a black male. And then other black males will say, Jasmine Crockett looks like she needs to be in a strip club. And then the other one will say,
it's always something.
Then the other one will say, this actually happened. Then the other one called in and said, ain't nothing wrong with being in a strip club. That's the way she looked. That's the way she looked. Hey, it's going to happen again. I'm going to calm down. I'm going to let you go, Lydia.
Yeah, calm down, Ali. Calm down.
That's completely insane. That is insanity. That is no self-respect. That is when you enter no self-respect, you have no confidence. When those things happen, you are borderline insane. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Thank you for calling.
All right. Thank you so much. You got another caller. You got another caller here.
Okay.
You got a couple of callers, as a matter of
minute.
fact. Hello, caller. You're on.
Okay.
Hey, what's happening, Paris? This is
Yo, Scurry.
Good morning.
Am I on?
Scurry.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, you on?
How you doing? I didn't know I was on, man. You surprised me. Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, get your passports and your birth certificate. Passports and birth certificates. Expected unexpected. So, Hey, Lydia, of course, the message that we exchanged the other night. My thing, and I understand what you were saying, that the article wasn't about that not to vote. But it's just that we hear about we try to find. It seems like not the majority, but 25% of us try to find a way not to vote Democrat or not to get out and vote. And it's because of any minor negativity explodes into a major negativity. Case in point, the thing about Harris, when they said that she arrested so many black males in California when she was the DA, and then that situation just exploded to a lot of, it resonated to a lot of young black males. and it was unfortunate for her because she did lose some votes in that particular, I guess, genre you want to say. And the thing about it, the thing about it was just a negative plant that was put out, in that we escalated it into a higher narrative or higher messages when it shouldn't really been. So, and I think, and I like what you did earlier when you compare, put Tallarico's record out there, you know, what he has done, and he did it before. When they, of course, when they were going through the primary. And we have to focus on the positivity instead of let this minor negative stuff that really doesn't have any validity to me that explodes to a major thing. So, like you said, you know, we have to stay positive, and you know, your reply back to me was, and I agree with you on that. So, and the thing about that is just, it's just that what we have to do. And great guest that you had, Paris, guest that you had, that young man you had on yesterday.
Yesterday, yes,
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
And, after hearing him talking, I went and clicked on the I had it wrote down
the website, the cast out, Pure Justice.
Yes, sir. Pure Justice, and everybody should go to that website and break them off something, because I definitely did the same. And that was a good program he's running, and also the young lady that with university, not university, but Houston Community College. It's not Houston Community College.
Houston City College.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, we just got to get our young folks involved in these things. And they love to be on their phones technology. Get out there and get a job in these technology. Learn how to do this stuff. And it's up to the parents and, of course, the grandparents, which I am. My kids are in their 40s and in their 40s now, so it's their responsibility to make sure that their kids, you know, get the proper guidance, foundation that they need to succeed, and they're going to need it.
Absolutely.
So we just got to remember to stay positive. And me and Paris talked earlier. And I know it's your show, Lydia, but we had brought up about the Saudi Arabia deal earlier this week, and about the Saudis were signing an agreement to do nuclear.
I talked about it earlier today.
Yeah. And these were the guys that trained the 9/11 people. You know, these were the guys that killed a guy, a reporter that was just, you know, doing his job. You know, trying to
absolutely.
The same thing that Trump is trying to do. But you're going to sign an agreement with these people? Come on. And it's all about the money. It's all about the money.
All right. Want to thank you so much,
well,
Scurry. All right. Yeah.
We got one more?
Yeah. Quickly, we want to get out of here. Hello, caller.
Okay.
I'm going to try to make it quick.
Okay.
Good morning,
Bo.
Paris. Good morning, Lydia.
Hey, Bo.
Man, I love my brother Ali. Man, look
he's awesome.
Yes, he is. Man, let me say this about black voters. Black voters are the most strategic and smartest voters in the voting block, because we know we got to vote in numbers to vote our interest, right? At least attempt to vote our interest, right? Because if we don't, you know, it's going to be hell to pay, right? And so I'm just amazed that people call here and want to talk down to black people and the black community and black voters. Like, we don't know any better. We're being strategic. We not. I'm trying to be good because Lydia on the phone, but we're not trying. We're not trying to prematurely get there. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're not trying to. You know, and he needs to earn the vote. He even said he needs to earn the vote, right?
Yeah.
And so we need this. We need his advocate for him and Hinojosa and the rest of the Democratic Party. He needs to go there and advocate for some money to come this way. You know, this show needs to be funded. This station needs to be funded. So we need these people to put up or shut up, right? Because we're going to vote our interests. But, you know, I'm going to get off.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. Thank you, Bo.
Yeah.
All right, Bo. Thank you so
to wrap
much.
Up, to wrap up, I just want to say that, you know, a comment was made about these people speaking out. You know, some people are plants and all of this kind of thing, and you know that's not necessarily true. Sometimes some people are, but sometimes, I mean, this person got up, that especially the lady there at the townhouse, she got up and she spoke. Everybody knew her name, you know, and the fact that she is an influencer, I just want to say we're all influencers in some form or another.
Yeah.
Paris I'm an influencer. Bo, X. So, you know, to say that she got clicks or I mean, we're all influencers out here. And talking down voters, like Bo was just saying, or these negative comments, I think I just want to end like I started. I think both sides of this, we got what we wanted. And he used the analogy about spreading it out to the end. If you know you trying to get to a good end result, you don't necessarily want to give everything on the front end. Sometimes you need that time to get the best result, and to have people commit things that they wouldn't have necessarily committed if you gave it everything you had up front. So that's what we've done. That's what we've done with both sides of this coin, with these two different perspectives. And I'm happy to see that. I'm happy to see it. I want to see it move forward. I want this. That's a strategy, y'all. And let's see this work. Sometimes we're gonna get these voices, and they may not be saying the things that we want them to say or the way we want them to say it. But let's just let things marinate and let everybody give their point of view. And I think in the end, we all want the same things. We all want safe communities. We all want our families to do well. And I think that starting out there, we'll eventually end up getting to the same place. And I think we're on our way there now. So thank you, Paris.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you for diversity thought.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lydia. We've got Michael Lawrence Harris coming up next. But Lydia, I got to say that was just such a great show this morning, a great opening. And I do want to add this about this Saudi Arabia thing this morning. We'll be talking about it through the week, because one thing you can be sure, if Donald Trump is doing it, it's never, ever, ever done in that moment. So we will be talking about it. It's not like this is the end of it. That's why I couldn't really talk to you about it this morning, because you know what? Even the diplomats and the government officials don't know what to say. That's a hallmark of this presidency. He leaves things in limbo. Now, because what we only found out later, and people had to go back and do their homework, Saudi Arabia does not want to sign this upcoming deal. And the undercurrent is this. They don't want to sign this deal for the civilian services and not get something else out of it if it doesn't include the nuclear aspect, the upgraded aspect that they want, because the deal requires, the Israel-Saudi deal would require Palestinian state. And they don't want to keep that in this deal, that they want to take that out of the deal when Saudi Arabia signs, right? But Saudi Arabia would be breaking up its own coalition with its fellow Saudis, the citizens of Saudi Arabia. So the prince then would be putting his own people are not happy with that deal if it does not forge a path towards the Palestinian state. And the president has if you would go back 2 days, it was signed, then it wasn't signed, and then it was, well, it got signed again. And that's why even the diplomats don't know. So you opened on a very high positive note this morning, and I want to thank you for that wonderful conversation.
Yeah.
And
come back to it next week. Talk about it next week.
Love
to be able to call in, and after you get some more, after we see what the future developments are going to be. But you know, with this guy, like Texas Mike's guy, this guy, his guy is always, like with the Iran war, he is never going to, it's never going to be settled, because he is never going to come out on this deal looking like he did better than Obama. Oh, okay. Well, go ahead with Michael. I'm so sorry. I am in his time. It's 12:06. I'm sorry, Michael Harris.
No, you didn't. You didn't do that. I did that. You didn't do that. I kept you. I kept you over
wonderful.
Here. He did. He was
and
on
he
yesterday.
Sounded wonderful on air yesterday. It was good seeing him and Miss Yvonne.
Yeah, and he's he sang out your praises as well yesterday. But
I heard him talking about where's his cut.
Yeah, where's his cut? And we ain't doing that calculation. Don't worry about it. It's a simple calculation. We'll do it.
It's a simple calculation. He's crazy.
Oh boy, man! It's
okay.
Wait a minute.
All right. Well, love y'all.
Look, okay. Hold on a minute. Hello.
Since when am I crazy? I'm special.
I said
he's doing his Joe Pesci thing now. Joe Pesci thing. Yeah. So wait. What am I crazy?
You look good. You look good yesterday on at the station, and you sounded wonderful. Your nice deep voice. Miss Yvonne looked great. So you
I forgot we were on Facebook Live since I'd never been on it.
Yeah, y'all on camera. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Was that Facebook Live, or is that, what is that? Come to think about it, I'm getting to be an old man now. It's not Facebook Live. Tell me what it is.
It is.
It's YouTube.
It's YouTube. Yeah, YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I got to keep the youngsters. I got to keep the youngsters yesterday. That's what they saw. They saw these two young lovers here and me taking charge of it. To be sure y'all wouldn't misbehave, I had to put cameras on them.
Well, you know what?
I heard y'all giving out relationship advice on the air.
Yes.
I heard y'all giving out relationship advice. I heard it.
Yeah.
Well, the only relationship advice that I can give to anyone is to marry someone that you truly love. And when you run into trouble, when hard times come or you all disagree on something, then just simply love them more if you really love them.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that song Stevie had, "If you really love me, won't you tell me?" Do more than tell, do show. And I can tell you, I don't know if you've been through it or not, but as I am a caregiver who needs caregiving himself, you're going to have some challenges in your life, and you're going to find out who you really are, whether you are there for the good times and the good times only, or you'll be there for the good times and the bad times, for the ups and, for the downs. And I'm so grateful to have a woman, a wife who loves me, and whom I happen to love. They said I found love on a two-way street and lost it on a lonely highway, because you may have loved her, but he didn't love you. Right? You may have loved him, but he didn't love you, and you lost it on that highway. And that's a long walk when that car ain't driving. And she took the car out the house.
Like a hair. You heard it from the top jock. I don't know. He used to call himself the love man too, and you heard it directly from the love man.
Yes, indeed.
I'm a great big old love man. I may not be 6'1", 200 and how many pounds that Otis say he was, but I ain't got gotta have that love.
Yeah, I saw
Like
you.
a-
I saw you and Yvonne in here yesterday. Got to. Yeah, you got to have each other. I understand it. I had to cool it off in here.
All right,
Oh,
y'all.
All right.
Have a good weekend. I'll
that
talk to you
other
later.
stuff,
Bye-bye.
that has gone by the wayside. You know, when women hit a certain age, they say, "Oh, shop's closed."
Okay, Lydia.
Okay, I have
I
another.
know you
Yeah,
can. You
yeah,
take that.
okay. All right. Bye, y'all.
Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! Yes,
who
indeed.
was that who's saying that ain't no stopping us now?
Ain't no stopping us. McFadden Whitehead. McFadden
Yeah,
Whitehead.
well, they were
Ain't
lying.
no stopping us
There
now.
is some stopping.
Yeah, boy, I'm telling you, we're doing it
Hey,
over
I'm
here.
Michael
son.
Harris.
Yes, indeed.
Yes,
Ralph
indeed.
Cooper up at noon. So at one. Ralph's up at 1. Michael, it is good. It is good to hear your booming voice. And yes, you certainly were in fine form yesterday. You and Yvonne, no doubt about it. It was good to see you guys.
Well, it was good seeing you all. I hadn't been in that studio, and I can't remember how long I've been at home. But life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. That's my Tom. Who played Forrest Gump?
Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks. Yeah, boy. What happened to Tom Hanks? He's disappeared.
He just got another movie coming out now. One a deep one too. I just can't recall what it is right now, but I think he's got something coming out right now.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I thought maybe he was making Gomer Pyle USMC or something. The movie.
I don't know where that came from. Yeah, the Gomer Pyle.
Well, Forrest Gump and Gomer had a lot in common.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? They did, didn't they?
Sergeant?
Yeah.
But
Surprise,
anyway.
surprise, surprise.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
Wow.
Anyway, what's up? I've been kind of busy this morning. My garage door opener went out on me. The opener didn't go out. My sensors went out. And so I've been having to let the garage up and down by hand lately.
Oh, manual labor.
Yeah, and they said manual labor was a Mexican. I said, I'm not, he's a black man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, you've heard all those old jokes.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Yeah. As a matter of fact, they even made it in some of the in the rap lyrics. Who was my man? Doggone it, you know who I'm talking about. Biz Markie. Biz Markie. That's one of the kind of those jokes they used to do with one another. Yeah. Biz Markie. Yeah.
You weren't here when the Fat Boys came, man. That was a fun time. I love me some Fat Boys.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I was by the time I had left, I was in New York then with the Fat Boys and that crazy crew. Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. But you know, my best New York memory was meeting James Baldwin. I don't know
wow,
why.
Yeah, man, yes. Yeah, I couldn't imagine, man. That would have been terrific.
Yeah, I don't know how you didn't. You were up there so many years.
Saw him but didn't meet him. As a matter of fact, they had reopened the Harlem Club, and one night I went in and he was in there. I think it was him. Somebody said to me, it was another writer. I don't know, but yes. Yeah.
No, well, this was James Baldwin. This is before our phones had what do you call it in them, cameras and stuff.
Yeah, sure, sure.
But you know, David Gibson. I don't know if you remember Dave.
I don't. I remember the name.
Yeah, because we were at KYOK together back in the early '70s. Dave was from Chicago.
Oh, okay.
And anyway, he got hired by one of the networks. I don't know, it was ABC. I think it was ABC Radio Network. He was doing national news. And we went out one night and we stopped by one of these bistros up in, we were in Manhattan. And Baldwin walked in.
Yeah.
And you know me, I'm not afraid.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
And had a chance to talk to him. I just wish I had a camera because I've been putting up my pictures, Paris.
Oh, really?
Because I'm getting old. I'm 74 years old. Now I know for you, I'm just a
youngster,
baby.
I'm telling you, man. Yeah. But you're saving those memories, though. You got those memories coming. Oh, and I guess I should tell you here because you got a caller on. You got a caller coming through. So.
Okay, y'all can let a brother have just a minute or
yeah,
two.
secure. Yeah, I just wanted you to know. And
no,
so
I'm messing with the caller.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to take bets on who it is, but we'll see. But anyway,
yes.
That was one of the highlights of my life. And then I was at one of George's fights. We were up in Atlantic City, and he sat me next to David Dinkins, the mayor of New York, the only black mayor, I think, of New York. He is no longer mayor. And, having big shot friends has its advantages.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah, now, what I want you to do, Paris, is
yes,
bring in some of them gals y'all used to run. I'm just talking.
Hey, the song comes to mind. It ain't the same. It ain't the same.
No.
It ain't the same.
No.
Things changed. Everything was changed. That's the song.
Remember that song? I coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah. Yeah. So now we call it I can't, I ain't, and I ain't gonna. I ain't gonna try.
No, I don't want to die.
I don't want to die.
Okay, well, let's get to it.
My God, Michael Lawrence.
Well, hey, I have to be straight-laced so long, you know.
Yeah.
I was playing the gospel. Now I can be me.
Yeah.
I've got to be me. I've got to be me. And that means I need to shut up.
Yeah. You're ahead of the game, Mike. You're ahead of the game. All right. Let's go to the phone lines. Hello, caller.
Hey, Paris, that's you in that orange shirt, right?
That's me. That's me.
Okay,
It's actually kind of pink, but yes, this is me.
Okay, because I seen that nice picture of Lydia up there.
Yes.
Oh, Lydia got it going on, man.
Yeah.
Oh, what's happening, Lydia? Hey, but look here, Mike. Oh, all the people at the Marshall Keys Community Center today told me to tell you hello, you and Yvonne. They heard you and Yvonne yesterday, and they told me to tell you y'all sounded real good.
Well, tell them hello
Mike,
for me.
Oh yeah. They listen. I'm up there every Friday in the hood trying to do my part. Some people say I don't like black people, but I try to do.
Well, we shouted you out today. Did you hear that?
Okay,
Did
all right.
you hear that?
Right
we were
on,
talking
right
about
on.
you and the people over there,
Hey.
and Pastor Nash as well. Yeah, and his family.
Yeah, Jimmy Nash.
Yes.
Hey, but check it out. Have y'all ever heard? Y'all know Charleston White, don't y'all?
Yeah, man. Yeah, he's into it now. Yeah.
Mike, I mean, you or Paris or Ralph or Lydia, once y'all try to get Charleston White in, you're going to have to coach him about the language and stuff.
He ain't trying to hear that, man. Charleston ain't trying to hear that. And right now, Charleston's got, he's got a lot going on. I'm listening to him on Cult Figures. Talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, he was in town the other night in Fifth Ward, and he claimed, he got shot at, but I think that was just a car backfiring. But Charleston is a character, man. I actually like the brother because, to me, he tells it like it is. A lot of people don't like it, but he do tell it like it is. But if y'all could get him on, Lydia, I mean, you the boss, and Michael. Hey, but this is why I call in and harass Michael about today. Okay, the the latest sensation that's sweeping the nation. It seems like it happened every day, but I'm sure y'all have heard about the shooting up in Madison, Wisconsin, with the young man and the police. And much as I hate these, much as I don't like the behavior of a lot of these YNs, these YNs, hey man, the police, he ain't have to shoot that boy. He ain't have to kill that boy. I can't go along with that one. You mean to tell me, okay, number one, you don't fight with the police, but the female officer, she tased him, and that seemed to get him down, and he had 3 officers on him, on the ground, and the other officer just shot the guy in the head 3 times, man. I mean, come on, man. What's up with that? And Michael, you was the first person I thought about. How do you feel about that, man?
Well, that's just as American as apple pie, baby. You know, if you are black and you are even suspected of breaking the law, there are no limits to which they will not go because they are protected. And if you have an evil person with a gun and a badge, they can kill you. Look at what's happening with the ICE people. Hell, if they're killing Mexicans, you know they don't kill Negroes.
But you know, Mike, I kind of figured after Eric Garner, I kind of figured after George Floyd, I kind of figured after, even way back in your day at 1430 out of Delaney, I kind of figured that stuff would stop, man. And then these jokers didn't have no body cameras either, but, they got clear video of the shooting. But to me, that they done too much. And I love the police. I support the police. But I can't go with them on this one, man. He had that dude down, man. You ain't have to shoot that boy 3 times in the head. And then the other one, man, the Galleria yesterday, they had some young ladies in there, shoplifting. And the police was chasing them or whatever, and they got out the car and started running across the freeway, and 2 of them got hit and killed, Michael. And they caught the other 2, man. But so, man, it just, the police got a tough job. Good people like you, me, Paris, Ralph, Lydia, Lindria, we have to suffer for what the knuckleheads do because, black people get painted with a broad brush. You know that, don't you, Michael?
Well, I think I've been black longer than you have, Junior.
I'm just saying, man, you but it's always been like that. The good guys, because I know a guy like you get tired of getting watched. I guess they still looking at you since you 85 now. But since you 85 now, do they still watch you? Oh, what's that, Michael?
Somebody's always watching you. What was that? Watching me.
Watching me.
Yeah. But it's, Rockwell.
That's Rockwell.
Yeah.
But don't y'all get Paris? Don't you still get that feeling when you go into a store? 'Cause you ain't but 60. When you go into a store nowadays,
so you're gonna make me old in Paris, right?
You know me. I love you. You messy Michael, and I'm the agitator. Go ahead. But don't y'all?
Oh man!
Don't y'all get that? Don't y'all get that feeling when y'all go places? All eyes are on y'all, and we have to suffer for what these YNs be doing. That would be.
All I know is this, Junior. Whatever I did in heaven, I apologize. I'm here between Michael. I'm here between the messy guy and the agitator. You heard it with your own ears. I lift my eyes towards heaven and say, hey, what have I done? Whatever I did, I apologize. Whatever I did, I apologize. To deserve this on a Friday afternoon, I'm an old guy. Give me a break, Lord.
I love, I love Michael so much, man, because me and Michael go such a long way back. I remember when the guy used to talk about I turned 36 today. He thought he was getting old in. Now the cat 86. I wonder what he's saying now.
Oh, boy.
You got to. All I want you to do, Michael. You ain't got but a few more days to go. Let it go, man. You know, enjoy.
Let what go?
Here we go.
Let it go.
Let what go?
Don't worry. Pray for them that despitefully use you. Love them that do you wrong. Have you done things in your past 50 years ago and you say, man, I can't believe I done that? That police officer that said he was going to hang you that time, he probably said, man, I can't believe I done that 50 years ago. But he done. We all change, Mike. We all change. We all done stupid stuff. Am I right or wrong?
Well, you're right, but it doesn't mean that we should forget it. You never forget these things, because when you act like they did not happen, they are bound to happen again. And we can talk about it, and it still happens. Look at ICE right now. And look at, they just shot down somebody else. We were just talking about that. We have to keep talking about these things in order to bring them to an end, because there's people who want to kill you, who want to keep you down, who want to enslave you or incarcerate you. They're not changing. They're going full blast. You know,
I mean, Mike,
but they are.
I hear what you. Yeah.
They're doing Junior, do you realize they're doing everything that they can to undo much of the civil rights laws that we have to protect us? They're trying to undo those laws, man.
Yeah, James Baldwin, he one of my favorites too. I look at James every weekend, but I still say with this here, I still go with this, Mike. If God be for me, who can be against me? I still say, Michael,
God's creation can be against you. God has been with us from the beginning, but look at where we are. We've come a long way, but they're trying to put us back. Barack Obama was a better human being, a better president than Donald Trump could ever dream of being. But you see who they put in that office? A racist bigot, a money-grabbing, whoremongering piece of crap. That is who we have in the White House. They would prefer him to Barack Obama, or even.
But who you gonna blame, Michael? Because a lot of our people didn't vote. So a lot of us got to take the blame. Man, we can't get mad at them because they come together and we don't come together.
I'm not mad at them. I'm mad at the bigots.
Yeah,
there are a lot of good white people, just like there are a lot of good black people. And then there are some bad white people, and there are some bad black people, and brown people, and yellow people. But one thing that, as a black man, that I don't try to do, I don't try to block anybody's progress unless they're Klansmen and, racist and things like that. But just to hate somebody because of the color of their skin,
hey, Michael, I'm gone. I'm gone after this, Mike. But I still say, if God be for me, who can be against? Don't you think God know what Donald Trump doing? Don't you think God is still in control? Is anything too hard for God? Don't fear him that can destroy the body. Fear him that can destroy both body and soul and hell. So I'm on God's side, man. The heck with Trump. We love you, Mike. We love you, Paris. Hey, Yvonne.
Okay.
Bye.
Well, calling him what he is or how I see him doesn't mean that I hate him. He's despicable, but I don't hate him. I don't wish him any real bad luck. But I do see him destroying people's lives, like this war that we have going on over there with the Iranians. The men and women who are dying in this, I don't think they want to go over there and fight over whatever the hell they're fighting about over there. That's their fight, right? Why are we there? In fact, it's called.
I got another call. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm testing the mic here. At the same time, I'm talking to you, Mike. I'm trying to get these mics straight here. So, doing a couple of things.
But,
go ahead.
All I was saying was that it is time for another call. I was talking to Junior. Junior always tries to paint me in some way. I don't see. I'm not paintable, Junior. I'm remember the psychedelic stuff that came out in the 60s? I'm psychedelic.
Oh, Cloud Nine, Michael. Temptations. Oh, man. Psychedelic Shack, yeah. Michael. Yes. All right. Caller, you're on with Psychedelic Shack. Hello.
Thank you. It is a good day. It's Friday. And it's always a pleasure to listen to Amos and Andy. So, with that, I will say I'm not going to get on a negative tone because I'm in a good mood because of Michael's earlier jubilation of positivity. So, I'm not going to talk about Douglas Do-Wrong today. I'm going to give a break from that. So, Mike, I really appreciate your jubilation because it leads me to this conversation. When I heard you talk about you the love man and the love you have for your wife and your wife have for you, you know what? I call that 100%. And I'm going to add this. You call yourself the love man, which I understand. And I agree with you. You are the love man. And I'm not going to talk about Otis Redding. This is nostalgia. I'm going to ask you a question. Because I know Paris knows. So don't give him no hint, Paris.
Paris used to babysit for Otis.
There is, I'm going to give you a hint. Just give me the name of the group. It's 3 people, and they had an album called Love Man.
Really?
And every song on there was all love songs, except one song. This is in the early 70s. Except one song that was sung by Jabo called Explain It to Your Mama. Everything else was a love song. So tell me the name of those 3 people that have their Love Man album.
Now, that would fall more into the hands of Paris Elijah Eley. Don't forget, Mike Lawrence Harris was raised up in Shady Grove, Gary, up in outside of Carthage, close to Tannehill, Timpson, Bobo,
well, you know what,
Blair.
Mike?
What?
I'm going, since he is the engineer, your assistant, you allowed to, I guess what that game show is, that you can call somebody on the phone.
The Lifeline thing where you get to Lifeline? Is that it?
I think, where you give the answer so you can win your money.
Yeah.
I forgot what that is.
Yeah.
But
well, we used to have a program like that called Tunes for Teens.
Tell me the group name, Paris.
Okay, but remember this. I was up in the country, big fella, and they
don't be looking up on the
computer. Cash.
I'm not. Oh no, I'm not. My guess is the Temprees. I got one guess, and that's it.
Oh, bingo!
You got it.
Yeah.
I think the true love man.
Out of Memphis, out of Memphis, Tennessee. Out of Memphis. The group used to be managed by Joe Bridges. I know Joe. She's of course got children of her own now, and she was a part of the whole Stax team over there back during the day with Isaac Hayes. All of them knew her. All of them. These guys all knew one another. Yeah. But that's
I
it.
didn't know that was it was from Tennessee.
Yeah.
And you know, man,
Yeah.
see, that's one thing about calling KCOA.
Mm-hmm.
The things you didn't know, even though you asked the question, you learn more than you knew when you called into the station.
Yeah. Joe is she's still alive. Joe is a she. Her name is Joe Bridges, and she's older now. She had a health crisis here a few weeks ago, and I heard from a family member there. So it's just coincidental that you asked that question at that time. so that's what that is. And I wasn't sure I was right. Let me tell you, I wasn't sure I was right. But that's all I could think of when you say a 3-man group.
I'm going to ask Mike, just took Mike. Just to give Mike a little taste of if 1 and 1 is 2, then I love you.
Okay. But you have to remember something, Spivey. I was raised in Shady Grove, Gary, Texas. Shady Grove, Gary. Now, this was in deep East Texas, Klan country. Do you think they had a black radio station? They had one in Tyler, and that's the first time I heard James White's voice. He was on up there in Tyler when you could pick it up. They had a pop station in Shreveport, which was like 50 miles away, but they played pop music. Every now and then they would play a little a Fats Domino or somebody like that. But we didn't have anything black up there. The only Negroes you saw on TV were Amos and Andy and people who had been arrested. Okay?
Woo, boy, that was real fun. I'm just glad I was born in Third Ward, Texas, in the Negro Hospital, who, by the way, is celebrating their 100th anniversary this year. So,
a fellow by the name of...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that a fellow by the name of Mike Martin, who was white, started a show called Tunes for Teens, and he would play some black music. That's the first time I ever heard anything except for Roy Rogers and Ernie, Tennessee Ernie Ford.
Happy trails to
you. Yeah. You know, really, I am a country boy.
Well, you don't act country and you don't sound country. You have been properly introduced to the city life, and you are city.
All right.
So, when you get a chance, give him one. If 1 and 1 is 2, I love you. That'll become him and his wife's song. Out of here. Appreciate y'all.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Man, I know more Roy Orbison and Roy Rogers and Tennessee Ernie Ford and all those guys.
Well, don't forget Walter Brennan. Don't forget Walter Brennan. That mule, Old Rivers, and me.
How was I when I first met Old Rivers? I can't remember when he weren't around. He had a horse called Midnight, and Old Rivers was a friend of mine. I can't remember. But I love me some Walter Brennan, man. The real McCoys.
Yeah.
Then there was old Andy Griffith and Opie.
Yeah.
Wasn't no Negroes in what was the name of their town?
Mayberry.
Bayberry.
Yeah.
Mayberry, no Negro.
Mayberry. It was like 100 miles from Blackberry. You can believe that. You could be thousands of miles. All right, callers, we see you calling. You got Michael. I'm stepping back. You got Michael calling. You got Michael. Hello, caller. You're on with the Top Jock Hall of Famer. Always got to say that.
The top jock. And Paris Eley, a.k.a. the Prophet. Yeah,
man,
what's going on, man?
You should have seen Paris in his mink coat. Paris had more mink coats than I had toes.
Yeah, man, this is a cup of coffee. Mike, listen, you familiar with Cody Johnson? He's a country western guy that I listen to.
Well, I know a Cody, but he ain't a Johnson. But he does win every year out at that livestock show and rodeo. But is Joe Cody a black guy too?
No, I think this guy is white. He look white.
Yeah,
I don't know what he finds. You know, people when they go into these different spots where they have to identify themselves, you never know what they put down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, listen, I'm fascinated with the story, Mike, of the king that had no clothes on. And yeah, I want to ask you how that story resonates with you, because it fascinates me that even though, of course, the king had no clothes on, but the fascinating part is that all the people around him, the grown folks, wasn't telling that. And he had to hear it from a kid. Yeah, you know, isn't that a fascinating idea, just to think about that?
Yeah, well, some people are blind to a lot of things. I know I have shortcomings that I'm blind on. I'm not a very good father because I never had one. And my grandfather was rather mean. And so I guess I got, kind of short-tempered from him. He put up with so much. Then I kind of go off. And so I can understand how that can happen, especially when you're raised in an environment where you're taught hatred and white supremacy. You can get all kinds of people out there. And we have all kinds.
Yeah, that's right. I think, it's a tough situation. I agree with you on that. But, we were talking yesterday, and, I made the comment that if you don't have representation, and one of the guests were saying that some people were not getting their trash picked up in their community. And my response was that, if you're not getting your trash picked up in your community, you have no representation. And if that community decides they want to get rid of the trash, I would say a good place to take it is to those people who supposedly represent you, put it in their neighborhood, or, take it, get some representation and get the people to pick it up. They're supposed to pick it up. And then I know Mr. Eley said, listen, I don't know if that's a good idea. You're just kind of wasting your time. You're just trying to make a statement. And, I'm saying, no, I wasn't trying to make a statement. My point was to solve a problem. If, it wasn't to make a statement. It said, this is a problem, and here's an answer. And what do you think about that, Mike?
Well, I don't like your solution because I'm sure, I would like to be sure anyway that the people who have been hired, been elected to represent you are actually fighting for you. But as a black man in these United States, I know that you can be as right as God. And there are people who will not let you have what is rightfully yours because they seem to be, they just don't care about you. Remember that? There was a big thing years ago. They just don't care about us. I think that was Michael Jackson. I think he got in trouble over that. Was that his song, Paris? They don't care about us?
Yeah, they don't care about us, yeah. He got some blowback
and
for
they
that.
Don't.
Yeah.
They don't. Only thing they do in our neighborhoods is raise taxes, flood them, or deny services. Unless, of course, they have somebody over there who they are beholden to. And that's how I see government. That's why it's so important for us to have representatives. But that's why it's important to them to make sure that our representatives are demeaned. And they can stand up and talk all they want, but they still have to win a majority of the votes in order to get anything done. And if their goal is to deny black people, they're going to do it.
Yeah, but in this particular case, this is a local thing. And my point still is clear to me that if you're in a community where you don't get your trash picked up, you have no representation. Now,
well, you have representation. You are black, right?
Yeah.
And so when you have a black person on city council, and if there are one or two, but there is a 10-person council, and 8 of them are voting against what you want, and 2 of them are voting for it, does that mean you have no representation, or you don't have a majority of the people on that council who are in favor of your having what you want?
Yeah, well, I'm talking about today. If a person is that ineffective, then I don't think they have to vote for people to get their trash picked up. I think that's actually just one of the overall budget ideas. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's like.
Well, see, we have a different vision because I covered city council for years. I covered county commissioners court for years, and when the majority does not care, you can raise all the hell you want. It ain't changing.
Okay, let's say I accept that idea, but my solution though, my solution is to get the trash in front of my house, okay, and other people in my community. Now, I don't hear where you go into that next step, and I'm saying what is your? Are you just advocating that you just keep going down and talking and hoping that the majority will see it the way of your particular council person, and then they'll say, let's go pick up the trash?
No,
I'm saying in the meantime, the trash is piling up. Yeah.
I never said that.
Well,
I never even thought.
So I'm saying I can't. You said you don't agree with my answer, and I'm saying do you have one, or you just saying that we'll keep talking about it?
No, what I'm saying is that you keep talking about it. If you choose to take your trash and dump it in somebody else's neighborhood, that is up to you. I'm not going to recommend that you do that because some of these people are evil and they'll kill your black behind if they catch you dumping trash in their yard. So I'm not going to advocate anybody doing that, but you continue to fight. And you go down there and you lobby them, you talk about them, and hope that they'll get shamed into doing it. But we've been around, I'm 74 years old, so I've been around white people all my life. And I know when they don't want you to do something or they don't want you to have something, they will fight tooth and nail to keep it from happening, and they will kill you over that stuff.
Well, I don't plan on. I don't think that the people in our community, in this example, would go around telling people what we plan to do. They would just find it done. I
have a question for you.
Yeah.
Who would you pick? What community would you pick to go and take your trash to and dump it there?
What was it again, Mike?
What community would you pick to take your garbage to and dump it there since it wasn't being picked up? Would you go to the council member's house, or would you go to the mayor's house?
That I would take it to the area where my representative supposedly lives.
And so you're going to blame your representative who is advocating for you, but who is getting outvoted for his failure to get you what you want by dumping your trash in his front yard.
Well, yes, because I'm not going to let the trash stay in our community. We got to do something about it. And
well, what if he lives in your community?
Huh?
What if he lives in your community? What if he or she lives in your community?
Well, then we'd have to put it in the front of their house then.
You got 3 more callers over there. You got 3 more callers.
Yeah, anyway, I think I'm clear, Mike. And I got to say, it wouldn't be for a statement purpose. It would be that this is a problem, and we have to solve it. And this is one solution.
Okay, all right, man. We hear you. And if you want, you can finish that conversation with me whenever you want. Go ahead.
But I need to say this.
Yeah, they are.
Those of us that we elect to try to represent us, if they're not doing the job, then get somebody else.
Okay.
But don't blame other people when they can't convince people who hate them simply because of their ethnicity for not being able to.
I haven't said anything about ethnicity in this conversation. My point is that, and it's still the same, that if you don't have the trash today being picked up in your community, you have no representation.
That's not true.
All right, Mike, we'll continue then some other time.
Okay. It's like I'm a husband. If I can't get everything my wife wants, then you have no husband.
You've got other callers on. That's why I didn't want to prolong the conversation.
I'm just trying to deal with the logic, Parent.
Yeah, I know. I understand. He's going to shop around until he gets an answer that is more to his liking. So I got where that was. So. That's good. He can call me later, but you got 3 more, and you might run a little over.
All right.
You the guy. You the man. Hello, caller. You're on with the top job.
Hey, my 2 legends, and I tell you, man, that's the king of distraction.
Anything except what the president is doing. Anything. I'm over here laughing. Man, go ahead. Go ahead.
You know what, Michael, you done something for me yesterday after our conversation yesterday. Man, I said something about sticking with the young people, going with them and helping them. And then you said something before you got off. You said talk is key. I'm going to use that as something that I'm going to work with promoting for the rest of my life. Because, man, it's so many things that's taking place around us that a lot of the elders are just not familiar with. And I kind of started with Uncle P when I brought in a black farmer that's actually going out. They sell subscriptions, so the where you can get your food and your meat directly from the farm to table. A lot of people are not even familiar with that. So you also got young black people out here that's in the Alabama, I think. This young man, he actually makes fuel for vehicles, and guess what he did? His little machine that he came up with, the fuel is being made from plastic, and it's running cars. See, a lot of people not familiar with that. You got another young man. I mean, this thing is happening all over, and that's why I say, a lot of us as elders, I know the first thing we want to holler what's that guy named Willie Lynch have been debunked. Yeah, but they haven't been debunked in your community or in your condition the way you still operate. So yeah, maybe he did not exist. I don't know. But the same thing you can say about some of the stories of the Bible. You don't know if those people exist, but was the principles right? And that's what I'm looking at. Was the principles right? And did it help to further you in your development? So don't give me this, them people debunked. Well, you still a fool today. And based upon what that document said. But as they say, I digress. But I want to make sure, and I'm saying this to you, Brother Michael, I'm going to, for the rest of my days, make sure that everything that you stood for, everything Paris stood for, all of you everybody past and present, that I'm making my point to make sure that I inform and help to push and promote a lot of what you all have been suffering and fighting for a long time. Because, Mike, I just didn't kind of like that last comment that our brother Junior was saying. But the deal is, brother, is that this man suffered an injustice. And the reason why he still talks about it, because that injustice was never met with justice. So here's a white lady that said this. And y'all listen, I'm not going to be long. She said that one of the reasons white people hate black people is because we cannot tolerate black joy. We cannot tolerate black intelligence. We cannot tolerate black beauty. We cannot tolerate black confidence. We cannot tolerate black camaraderie. We cannot tolerate anything that frees a black person. And then she goes on to say this. She said that because we don't like black people to be educated, we don't like them to be successful. We don't want black judges. We don't want anything for black people that doesn't directly affect and entertain us, so we can have a black nanny, we can have a black house cleaner, we can have a black teacher, and we can also have a black coach. But we, and black players, let me put that in there, but then she say, but only for specific things that we feel comfortable with. I think about all those sweet children that have been killed and murdered when they go out with their white friends. I think that as much as the trauma of slavery comes down through the DNA, I think also the cruelty of slavery. Okay, and she said a little bit more, but listen to what this white Caucasian lady said. And she have also devoted her life to try to educate us on how their people think. What do you think about that, Mike and Paris?
Well, Paris has stepped away for a minute, but for me, I understand what you're saying, and I agree. That is for some. Thank God not all Caucasians think that way. Right. They have been strong enough to put all of that BS aside and to see us as human beings. And if we live long enough, maybe our eyes will see the glory of the coming of the Lord. But see, unfortunately for us, they don't see God in the same way that we see God. Right. They have made God a white man. And God is supposed to have their values because their values are right values. They're the real human beings. We are less than. If you're not white, you ain't right in the minds of so many white people. Yeah. They're supposed to run everything. Don't forget Trump went down to Venezuela. Then he went over. He didn't go. He sent us over there to die. To all these places. What was it? What was the name of that group? Paris. Jimmy Walker was in. Said the white man has a God complex.
Oh, the last poets. The last poets. Mm-hmm.
I played that one time. You know whose office I ended up in, though?
Who? You mean it? Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I can imagine. I remember that album. Wow, you played that on the air? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I'm black, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know it was going to offend him. Because he had a God complex.
Yeah. That was funny. Yeah, but knowing him. Let me get on this other mic. I'm moving these microphones. Yeah, man, that I can imagine him responding to that. Yeah. I think we did. You know what? I think we did play one of the songs off there. And God Complex might have been the one because there was a lot of other stuff that you couldn't play, like nigga, I'm scared of revolution. You know that? Remember that?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a good album. Good album. But I do, and I recall Hot Dog playing a cut or something off there. But that. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. But Patrizio didn't have the clout then that
he had under. In my day.
Yeah. He didn't have the clout back there that he had when you came along.
Well, Patrizio learned because Michael been doing this for a long time. And Michael, you remember this when Patrizio wanted to come in and talk about the color barrier being broken down for the baseball. With the color barrier for baseball. And Michael is sitting up there like you can tell Michael like, bro, this ain't gonna work. And boy, I was cracking up. And Patrizio just kept on. Yeah, Jackie Robinson, the color barrier. And then black folks called in with something totally different, and then Michael said, well, I told you that's not what the people want to talk about. That was so hilarious to me. But y'all, I'm gone. But like I say, look, today I made 61. Okay, so I'm gonna for the rest of my time, after what Michael had said on the other day, I want to make sure that I'm gonna be introducing people to us that's actually got things moving. A lot of us, we're not familiar with a lot of black people who got their own little township going on right to this very day. They got their own police department, own mayor, everything. That's still going on right here today in the United States that a lot of us not familiar with. But I'm going to introduce those people to us because, man, we gotta break whether Willie Lynch lived or not. The social engineering is definitely on point, and we got to stop allowing for those, because I don't know who came up with that pseudo thing that, well, he didn't exist, so what does that mean? So that means that we should not learn from the social construct of what was presented? Stop being a fool. Thank you, brother.
All right. Want to thank you. Okay. All right. Moving along here this morning. Thank you so much, DJ. Hello, caller. You're on the air.
Hey, man. So out of the mouths, the babes, the sucklings, the truth gonna come forth. So, Marco, I don't know how you fit in that category, but Marco, I told you a long time ago, get you a mini me, man. That way, you can always say, I didn't say that. That's that. My mini me did. Thank you, Marco.
Well, you know what? I at 74. I'm like Rhett Butler. Frankly, my dear.
Tell them that.
I don't give a hoot.
And that's why they had you in office, man. Bye.
All right, Bobby Ray. We got another caller here. Caller. Hello, how are you?
Yo, I'm doing good.
You on with the top jock? You on with the top jock? You got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something to Michael real quick. I bet you know where I'm at if I gave him a couple clues.
I'm listening.
North Texas, Louisiana border, the Bean River, Panola County.
Gary Carr.
I think you got an idea.
Yeah, Shady Grove, Gary Carthage, somewhere up in that Long Branch.
Kennehaw and Garrison.
Yeah. What you doing up there, man?
We got some business up there in Shreveport, so we're on the way back, man. On the way back, looking at all this. Hey, newfangled freeway didn't have up since last. Well, they didn't have it since we first started driving it. But the freeway's smooth, man. I like that a whole lot better than what it used to be. So, yeah, double freeways.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to go down.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of work up there.
Yep. Hey, I used to call it the crazy road because it used to be so bumpy. CR Road. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, man. But anyway, I'm just riding on through, and I was getting about that time. But I just gonna say I'm just riding on through, trying to stay out of the fake name boxes, because ain't none of them freedom. So, hey, just riding on through. Hey, by the way, man, you ought to tell me where something is in Carthage. Because coming down 79 to 59, I see signs saying Carthage, but I don't see much else.
He's taking a shot at the little town, Paris.
Man. Oh, man.
Hey, man, it's the same thing like the first time I went through Tyler. It's at the middle of the night. I said, I ain't going back there no more.
You said sign is the only thing in the standing in the town. Huh?
Hey, man, hey, I put it like this here. I like the Tyler Road, and I respect the brother. But, hey, man, we came through Tyler one night, man, about 12 o'clock midnight. Man, there wasn't nothing else to see there. It's that long, dark road trying to get to 59. And I told my wife, I don't care if I ever back there. Oh, man. No lights, pitch dark. Oh, man. Riding around the curve and the ledges. All I want to do is get back to 59 and I know better. So, hey, man, I ain't been back to Tyler since.
Well,
yeah,
you know, my mom was in the TB hospital up in Tyler, and so I spent a lot of, I went up there as often as my grandfather would take us. But East Texas is a very special place. But it's changing. Slowly but surely, it is changing.
It is. It's definitely changing. I think the first time I came through here was maybe 40 years ago. And, man, let me tell you something. And I think you know what I'm talking about. You already talked about it many times. But that was many times we rode through here, man. And they say, y'all ain't from here, is you? For the ride over. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Y'all, hey, look at y'all look close to the eyes.
Yeah, we don't serve Negroes here. We don't serve colors here.
Yeah, my wife can tell you about that. Went into a place one morning, man. Called herself trying to get something to eat, and they told her, my wife, it was closed. They told my wife it was closed, and we went down the street a little bit to go get something to eat, and yeah, they said it was closed, and he said, hey, I had something to eat there this morning. Hey, man, look here.
Oh,
they
man.
look at you funny, look at the eye, man. I know y'all just riding on through. I say, Lord have mercy.
Yeah, that was a suggestion. That was a suggestion.
Yeah.
I know y'all just riding on through.
Yeah. And that violence is the same. Be the same way. Don't ride through the night when it's sundown.
Yeah, parents, they would get a what do you call it, a tape measure out and tell you what size you wore.
Tell you what?
What size pants and stuff you wore.
Oh, yeah.
You couldn't try it on.
You couldn't try it on,
right? No.
Boy.
Hell no.
Yeah. Incredible. Incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, it's changing, though, man. It's not quite as bad. I haven't seen
anything. But to hear you tell it, you haven't seen anything because you just went through there.
You ain't lying. Carthage in particular. But I'm just talking about passing through East Texas. Yeah. They seem like, you know, I guess if they figure you gonna buy something, green talk more than any color.
Yeah.
But I thank God for my grandparents and for that farm that they had up there, because without that, I don't know where I'd be.
Yeah.
And
well, you be where you be until you be somewhere else.
Well, Green Acres is the place for me.
Farm
living
is the life for me. No, it ain't.
Hey, man, I like the trees, the fresh air, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. Well, say hello to Sam and all the people at Drucker's store, okay?
Go and do that. I'm gonna get off the line with you. Just go and do it. Send it.
Wake up with the pine in your nose.
Yeah. Say hello to Mr. Haney. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
You know, Mr. Cooper's people come from
I ain't
the
got
country,
nothing
too.
for the males. I ain't got nothing for the most.
Yeah, Mr. Cooper's people come from there too. You're right. Mr. Cooper's people. He says he's always claiming that part of the country. He's always talking about it. Yeah.
Well, he was up close
Yeah,
to
we
the
talked
Dallas.
one time about passing through Tenor Hall.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, I know where they at.
Yeah.
Timpson.
Kenny Hall, Timpson,
Yeah.
Bobo, and Blair. When you've been there, you ain't been nowhere. Now, Nacogdoches is a metropolis now, man. Lufkin, you know.
Yeah,
those are
Nacogdoches
big
been
cities
kicked
up that way.
I just tell anybody
Yeah,
riding
buddy.
up through here, do not drive fast through Corrigan.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, they
Don't
got
drive
you,
fast
huh?
through Corrigan. Man, look here. I got the only speed ticket I ever got. My wife got the only speed ticket she